It's a Wednesday morning in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
70 degrees right now. Going to get up into the mid-80s again. We got some rain we got to deal with. You guys get some thunder and lightning last night?
Oh, yeah, buddy.
I think I fell asleep before it got really bad.
I was going to say, it must have passed over us because I didn't hear any thunder.
Well, it's always sunny over Kimmy's house.
Oh, yeah. How could it not be?
Can we talk about a new business that has opened itself up in Victor?
Oh, what's going on?
Well, it's a unique business, and it's not aimed at you, and it's not aimed at me. This is aimed squarely at the Kimmies of the world.
Oh, the ladies.
That's right. It's called Brand Bar 2. It is a shopping boutique, and it has been opened up by a woman from Rochester who worked as a fashion buyer for 2 decades down in New York City.
Ooh.
I guess she graduated from Greece Athena in like 2002.
Okay.
She went to FIT, the Fashion Institute of Technology. Quick sidebar.
Manhattan, right?
Yeah. Kimmy, why did every girl we knew in high school end up at FIT?
You know what? I think it was like the influence of popular teen shows at the time.
Do you know they have a basketball team?
You're right, every girl
No,
wanted
they
to.
don't.
Yes, they do.
FIT has a basketball team.
The Fashion Institute of Manhattan has a basketball team. I know.
No, I think
I believe Kano's brother was there. I think
and played basketball in bell bottoms
he may have, but I think one of Kano's relatives worked down there.
at FIT.
Yeah.
No kidding.
Yes.
What's the mascot?
Tigers.
Wait, that's pretty lame.
The
You're a
FIT Tigers.
Fashionable Tigers.
Wait, no. But I mean, you're in fashion. You could have been a little more creative than tigers. What do tigers have to do with fashion?
They got a basketball team?
Yeah, they have 10 NJCAA Division III teams.
National Junior College Athletic
Okay.
Association.
Pretty good.
It's MCC.
Yeah, but at least they win.
Cross country. I don't see.
Wait, you run cross country in Manhattan?
I was
In
gonna
heels.
say I don't see any. Maybe they used to have a basketball team, but it doesn't. They're not listing it right now.
Okay, we are getting very sidetracked,
All right.
but I do thank you for that fun tidbit of information. Go FIT Tigers.
Yes.
So this woman from Rochester, she started in Buffalo. She opened up this exact kind of store called Brand Bar. The reason it's called Brand Bar 2 is the second one. And here is the hook. You ready?
Yeah.
It is a boutique and a full-ass bar.
Oh, you can get drinks.
Full-ass bar.
Wow.
Like, it is, if you look at it, it looks very modern and cool. The bar is, like, retro, but, like, something Kimmy would super be into. And
All
it's
right.
got an actual bar with stools. They'll make you drinks while you shop for clothing.
Man, this sounds dangerous.
Yes.
Well, it
Get
was-
drunk and buy stuff you can't afford.
I mean, that's Amazon, right? I mean, she's
No, you're right.
she's bringing
You're right.
Amazon into the
100%.
retail shopping idea. And it was so successful in Buffalo that, I mean, you wouldn't open up a second one if it wasn't
So
successful.
would
Yeah, I can't think
would
it-
girls do this as a girls' like day of shopping together, or would a woman go in there by herself, shop and drink? I'm thinking
it's a good question because I can't even think of anything to compare this to. Like I've never had that experience before.
Well, it's got clothes, like.
I know, but I'm saying, can you think of a store? Yeah, I can't think unless like you went out drinking before shopping, or like you stopped and got food and drinks.
That's called being an alcoholic.
Yes.
Well, no, if you went to the mall and then stopped and got a drink somewhere.
Okay, before shopping, no?
But
That's
this
what
is
I
all
mean.
inclusive.
Yeah.
Like you're right next to the shoe rack.
No, like I'm looking at the picture. So the bar is in the middle of this store. There's purses, shoes, blouses,
Oh my God, this thing-
jackets surrounding everything. And not only is there the bar with the stools, and they're like such girly stools, like they're like pink, soft fabric.
yeah.
There's also tables and chairs, like little cocktail
So you
tables.
can sit and
yeah, and like sofas
talk and
hang out
social.
and drink that way. Yeah.
The only thing
this chick is gonna get so rich.
I can see it similar to is if I guess maybe you're going like wedding dress shopping or something. Sometimes like they'll hand you like a glass of champagne or something. But other than that, I can't think of a place where I've walked around and looked at stuff with a drink in my hand.
All right, so if you ever watched the Def Jam comedy specials of the early '90s,
Yeah.
you know that women be shopping.
Oh yeah.
Right, that's an undisputable fact. I mean, the alcohol here would just be a bonus. Like, she would probably be able to do really well just with a boutique.
Yeah.
You don't need to give alcohol to women to get in or buy stuff.
No.
However, when it comes to the other sex, with us gentlemen, we're not big on shopping for clothes traditionally. Well, okay. Most men.
Look who's talking.
I don't know. My husband likes to shop.
Okay.
no, but
What?
which is also weird too.
I got
He
this
does.
T-shirt
Yeah.
17 years ago.
No, you didn't.
I swear to God.
You weren't.
You
You weren't
didn't-
this size 17
Yeah, 17 years ago. What was it? A handkerchief?
So I had a brief skinny period right before I met my wife, because she wouldn't have married gross.
Yeah,
Tommy,
but
I
you
don't think.
like to shop for unique things. Like not. I mean, you and
Every-
Tommy shop very differently, but you both do love to shop in a way.
All your clothes have like some story to it.
It's this man who tells me fabric it's made of, what country it came from. Shut up, bitch.
You do wear shirts that you are just waiting for people to ask you
Oh,
about,
you know it.
and then you get mad if they don't know what it is.
Why did you guys not ask me about my shirt yesterday? I was very excited about my shirt yesterday.
What was it?
No, I'm not gonna
It was like
tell
a
you.
record label or
Yeah, I'm not
something.
going to tell you what it is.
All right.
I don't
No,
remember
you're
it.
not, no, you're not going to.
Sorry.
What I'm getting at is,
Yeah.
like, most guys don't want to go to the mall
No.
and walk around the mall. I asked this question.
What's
the phone
that?
number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. If they were to do something like this for guys, a
Okay.
guy's clothing store with a bar in it, would that change the way men shop for clothing?
I mean, it could. I'm still trying to think like what kind of guy would go there though, because they don't want clothes.
I understand.
They want alcohol.
I
Like
understand.
women want alcohol and clothes. Men do not want clothes. They just want alcohol.
I love hearing, because, we don't get a glimpse into Tommy's head, but every once in a while he just turns off the filter and starts saying what his brain is. Let me explain something to you.
Yeah.
Guys like alcohol.
Yes.
They don't like clothes.
They don't.
Girls like clothes and alcohol. So this is alcohol and clothes, but guys don't like, they just want the alcohol.
So think about if men didn't exist, right? It was just a world of women.
Okay.
They still get dressed up. They would
Yeah.
still dress up for each other. They would like
100%.
promenade around in front of each other. They all want to show off their clothes. If it was just men, we'd all be nude at a bar. It would be caveman style. We'd all be fat, hairy,
Peeing
ugly.
everywhere.
Oh God, the flow of urine. It wouldn't even bother us. We'd slosh through it to get to the next
flow
drink.
of urine. That's the name
Yeah.
of the bar.
No, like in all sincerity, right? Like guys don't like to go clothes shopping in
Right.
person, but they will go when our girlfriends or our wives drag
They
us
dress
out.
you up.
Yeah, and they want to like. But I mean, if there was a bar in these places, like if you had a men's clothing store with a full bar,
You
where I
think
could
you'd
Like a
be
sports
more,
bar.
Yeah, I could sit and watch
All
sports,
right.
and I could have drinks, and there's clothing in the thing. I think guys would be more apt to take pride in what they were wearing.
But would you actually buy anything, or would it just be a bar?
That's a good question. I don't know.
I will say I've noticed a lot of drunk purchases at breweries for guys.
Oh, like brewery T-shirts?
Yeah, because they have brewery T-shirts and like merch, like hats, sweatshirts, you name it. And I have seen guys buy stuff after a few drinks. Like they're staring at it on the wall, and like over a couple beers, like you know what, that's a pretty cool shirt. I think I need that.
But that still doesn't get him into a suit and tie or
No, but we're just
dress
talking about
clothes.
shopping in general.
I think
right?
Kimmy's right when it comes to like spending money and drinking. Because hell, I mean, how many 60-year-old dudes walk out of the bar after 3 hours with a stuffed animal that they won from the crane machine?
Yes.
Right? I mean, there's no need to win that stuffed animal
True.
from the crane machine. I don't know. I think it would be an interesting experiment, and maybe, Tommy, this is the $1 million idea that we've been sitting on our entire lives to get us out of this closet. We're the perfect combination to open up a business like this.
Why is that?
Well, I mean, like, fashion as far as you know, right? We both know alcohol.
Oh, we know the alcohol.
Right, I'm a very outgoing. I'd be a great bartender behind the bar. Hey guys, come on! I got a towel over my shoulder. Would you tell me about what you're looking for, both alcohol and clothing wise?
Yeah, you're Irish, so that would work.
Bro. I mean, I think it would work. I think that you would be surprised.
So it depends on what kind of clothes you're trying to push on, guys.
Yeah.
Okay, what are we talking then? What are we thinking?
Well, what your wife wants to see you in. That's what she's gonna want.
Okay.
Does your wife have that much say over what you wear on a daily basis?
You're
Like we're talking, you're talking more like dressing up. But what about just like what you're wearing day to day? Like, does she
Probably not.
dress you?
His wife has no
I know,
say.
I know.
One time she got him to stop wearing white loafers.
Yeah, and then they came back.
Oh man.
I knew we were in a town where every guy was wearing white loafers.
Like, he's the wrong guy to ask.
Yeah.
You would have to ask any other man on the planet what influence their wife has, and I would say more than you think.
Okay.
And even if your wife says don't wear that, because look, okay, this T-shirt, for example, my wife has been trying to get me to get rid of this T-shirt for years. It's perfect. It has no holes or anything. It's the most comfortable T-shirt I own. I will never get rid of it. But the fact that it's 17 years old for some reason bothers her.
Yeah.
Right? But I am conscious, like, when I get dressed and I'm going out somewhere with my wife, not even like a suit or anything.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to embarrass her.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I have no problem with that.
But, like, you're overdressing, embarrassing her. So I guess it's different.
Yeah, probably.
Like, no one's going to look at you and your wife side by side and be like, oh, look at that bum. Where I have that issue. Right? Like, there are times where, like, we're going to go out. Like, hey, you want to go grab dinner on, like, a Sunday afternoon.
Yeah.
Or lunch or whatever. and like all put on a t-shirt and shorts, and she'll come down in like a sundress.
Yes.
And I'm like, what?
She's dressed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she'll just look at me, and I go, okay, fine. I'm going to go back upstairs and put on a nicer T-shirt. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about this new business out in Victor. It's called Brand Bar 2. It's the second version of this. The initial opened in Buffalo, but it's from a woman that was born in Rochester, went to Greece, Athena, down to Manhattan for the FIT Tigers education, came back up here. It is a full-on bar with, it looks like high-end clothing surrounding the bar. So you drink and you shop.
Yeah.
And if guys had this option, would that get us to be more interested in what we're putting on our bodies? Let's talk to Paul. He's on CMF. Hey, Paul. How are you, buddy?
Hey, pretty good. I had an idea about having a bar that was also a laundromat where you could go in and like wear your laundry day clothes and have a general idea what maybe the girls would look like the next morning when you woke up with them. But there's this bar in Bloomfield. In 1972, I went to school in Victor. I was in second grade. And right across from the elementary school is a bar. I don't know if you know where Bloomfield is. Very small town outside of Victor.
Mm-hmm.
But it had a topless bar right across the street by Big M from the elementary school. And they closed down during COVID. It'd be a perfect place for that.
Hey, Paul. Paul.
It's got history.
Paul.
Yeah.
Did you call the wrong number?
Well, I mean, you were talking about what would appeal to men as far as a bar.
Okay. All right. So you want a laundromat. So hold on. Are there top? Your mic is not on. Are there topless women in the laundromat bar, Paul?
No, not my idea of it. We'd have maybe some hot chicks doing laundry for guys who didn't know how to do their own laundry. You know.
Oh, a lingerie
Also,
laundromat.
you had the availability of washers and dryers where you could have a drink.
Okay.
Do your laundry.
All right.
I don't know.
Paul, no, Paul. I don't.
Hey.
Look, there's no such thing as a bad idea.
Yeah.
Except for this one.
Yeah. The ones that go out of business.
Yeah.
Paul, thanks for the call, buddy. Here's the problem with the laundromat bar. If I have to go to a laundromat, it means I can't afford my own washer and dryer, which means I probably don't have a lot of disposable income to spend at the bar while I'm doing my laundry.
So the only place I ever saw that were places like in college towns.
Bar laundromat?
Yeah.
Bar laundromat?
I saw a couple of them when I was on the road.
I've never seen that before.
I've never seen it.
I didn't see a lot of them, but
Like the bar was attached, or like the bar
it was like, yeah, like you could walk through. Like it wasn't like you're right next to the washers and dryers, but it was like an open area between the two.
So we've talked on the show before about how there are some places that are just an alternate universe to everything else. A gas station after 1 o'clock in the morning is one of those places, right, where just every character in there is strange. The laundromat is also that place.
Oh yeah, they only come out at night, baby.
But the people that only come out at night come out during the day in the laundromat. And there are no rules in the laundromat. There are no social expectations in the laundromat. Like there are business deals getting done that are uncomfortable in the laundromat.
Yeah.
I told you about that guy every time I would go in Gates that would try to sell me bootleg pornography out of a garbage bag. Which, look, I'm not, whatever. Hustle up, man. Do your thing. But I'm not interested.
Right.
So, yeah, I don't want to have a beer next to that guy.
No, but I mean, I went to one. I think it was in Indiana, and it wasn't bad.
Okay. All right. So why don't we open up?
And
our...
I got cheap porn out of it. So.
Well, yeah, any porn they sell you out of a garbage bag is going to be inexpensive.
Yes.
All right. So you don't think this will work? You don't think guys care enough about how they look?
I don't know, because I'm trying to think like what kind of clothes you're trying to push on a guy inside that place.
Well, but you look at other places that you've included alcohol that you think guys wouldn't be into for years and years and years. You either went to the barber or Supercuts to get your hair done, right? What's that joint in Pittsford Plaza? Is it the men's room?
The locker room or something like that. Men's room.
Yeah, it's like an old school, high end.
I saw you walking out of it disappointed one day.
But they'll like serve you alcohol where you get like your hair cut and shave
experience.
and all that stuff.
But those are for like high end guys.
But so
right?
would this. I mean, this boutique would also be for that, right?
All right.
Like, I wouldn't have thought that idea would work. I didn't think that guys cared enough about how they looked to invest the money.
But your generation, you're pretty well coiffed.
Bro, it ain't us, man. It's you. I don't see a lot of 20-year-old guys walking out of that place.
No, but I'm saying
I
like
see
y'all
a lot
care
of
about what you
big,
look like.
Fat head. Oh,
with your beard balm.
absolutely.
And your shaved sides.
My generation. Hey, when's your next hair coloring appointment?
2 weeks.
At Trends. Guy who's only man in a salon is going to tell me about your generation kids about how you look stupid. We got a dynamite topless laundromat kind of break room for you this morning here on CMF. It's Wednesday. You know what that means.
Oh, hate.
Yep, hate mail of the week coming at you just after 8 o'clock. And around 2 weeks ago, we found a study that showed the state of New York was the second largest state in America for swingers.
Yeah.
And as we did some deduction, we tried to do some logic.
Yeah.
We figured out that most likely, upstate Buffalo, Rochester, Syracuse, Albany would be where most of these swingers are because we have a way higher rate of marriage than New York City does. And we were trying to figure out what about our region would breed so many couples that were looking to participate in this alternative lifestyle. We came up with a couple of ideas, but one man listening said, no, not even close. Not even close. He knows why. And it has less to do with the men and more to do with the women.
Oh.
And we'll get into it just after 8 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy, you want to look good in clothes?
Yeah.
Well, you got to lose some weight.
Yeah, you got to drop the LBs.
Right? And this product was something that millions of Americans decided was going to help them lose weight. And here's the thing.
Yeah.
If you used it, it did.
Okay.
But when it comes to equipment like this, not everybody sticks with it.
Yeah.
And this company in particular had some really rough times after COVID ended. So rough, in fact, that someone is now making a fortune off of their misfortune.
Oh.
And if you're someone looking to buy one of these,
Like to correct it?
I'll explain. But if you're someone looking to buy one of these things that were priced way out of most people's ranges, we got some good news.
Okay.
We'll tell you what we're talking about next here in the break room on CMF. Fitness trends, they come and they go.
Oh, sure.
And a lot of times they go because they don't work.
Yeah, every generation's got that one thing they're embarrassed they bought.
This is not that case.
Oh.
Because here's the thing. This thing, if you use it, works fantastic. The problem was how much they cost.
Oh.
And that is starting to become not a problem either. Not because this company has decided to lower what they're charging them. Because one man has found a brilliant idea. When people decide, I'm done being healthy.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, just after 6:45, there is a young man from our area who did what I think, Kimmy, is the most selfless thing a 7th grader could do.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine making that decision at, 12, 13?
The majority of grown men, Kimmy, would hold on to this as their ultimate treasure for the rest of their lives.
Well, and they'd be definitely looking for something in return.
Bingo.
Yeah.
What this kid showed up to Bill's camp with to return
Really?
to this Bill's star.
Wow.
We'll tell you what it is.
That'll be fine.
I'm going to tell you just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. So, Tommy, you're familiar with Peloton, right?
Oh, yeah, the bicycle, the high-end bike.
Yep, blew up when everyone was stuck at home during COVID. And for those who don't know, Peloton bikes, retail, run anywhere from $1,200 to $3,000.
Yes.
If you want to buy one brand new. And
You ain't going anywhere in it.
No, well, no, it just stays right there.
Just sits there.
Yeah.
And then you paid for the services,
Yes,
right?
on top of that, it's like $40 a month for a subscription to get the classes that they do live on Peloton. For like 2 or 3 years, Pelotons were a sensation.
Yeah. Remember the ads all over TV.
You got it. And then the bottom fell out. The company had some issues where people started getting hurt with their bikes and their treadmills thanks to defects. One kid died. The world opened back up. People didn't have to rely on just their bikes to stay in shape when everyone was locked down. And as will happen with exercise fads, folks who got them, well, they started to collect dust.
Yeah.
It's been brutal for the Peloton company. They've lost a fortune since the end of 2022. But they say, Tommy, one man's trash is another man's treasure.
So who turned it around?
There's a new company called Trade My Spin. Peloton is not turning it around.
Oh.
But it has produced a side company that is buying people's Pelotons that they don't want anymore on the cheap and then reselling them.
So he's becoming a middleman.
You got it.
Yeah.
So this company called Trade My Spin will offer Peloton users as little as $200 for the bikes that they spent $1,200 to $3,000.
You're kidding me.
And despite the fact, Tommy, that these people paid as much as 6 times for those bikes, the owners don't mind.
Yeah.
They just want the heavy bikes out of their
the
house. You got it. So Trade My Spin will show up at your house. Now, right now, this is just a downstate business. They will take it out. You don't have to do a damn thing.
Damn.
They will cut you a check. And then this company turns around and sells these used Pelotons for $500 to $700.
So you're buying them on the cheap.
Yeah, you're making $300 to $500 a bike. Now, keep in mind, these Pelotons go for $1,200 to $3,000. So people are jumping at the chance to spend $500 to $700 on a new Peloton. And this guy who has this business says it is booming.
Sure.
Over the last 4 months, the company says it sold over 2,000 used Pelotons. And that is all thanks to laziness.
Yeah, I'm betting they're hardly used. Like you can tell how many hours, right? They're being used.
Yes,
right?
you can. Yeah.
Damn.
So this guy says that people are lazy to use the bikes anymore. So they're too lazy to sell them on their own. That takes effort.
And they're paying to get out of your house,
which also leads to laziness. So he's making $200, $300, $400, $500 on every bike. Fun fact, by the way.
What's that?
This company, Trade My Spin, says right now 1/4 of the 4.5 million Peloton bikes and treadmills sold.
Where they sell 4 million?
They sold 4.5 million Peloton bikes and treadmills from 2019 to right now.
Yeah.
1/4 of those have gone unused in like the last 8 months.
Sure.
Right? That's over 1 million Pelotons on a daily basis that nobody gets
Just
on.
sitting there.
And if we are averaging out, let's say between the $1,200 and the $3,000, $1,800 per bike spent. If I'm not mistaken, 1 million times $1,800 is almost $2 billion.
It is.
Kimmy, could you do the math on that to
Hold
double
on.
check me?
Say that again.
1 million times 1,800.
So you think they sold almost $2 billion worth of bikes?
Oh, no. What I just said, if my math is right, there's $2 billion worth of bikes that they sold that aren't being used right
they're
now.
just sitting.
Yes.
Oh.
If my math is right,
What did you think it was?
$2 billion.
Almost 1.8.
1.8 million.
Yeah. All right. I'll give it to you.
Let me say that again. Right now, there's
Pissed away.
almost $2 billion in Pelotons that nobody is using, collecting dust in their basement or the guest room or the attic or the garage or whatever.
So I wonder if people are putting these up just on like Craigslist and stuff like that too, just trying to sell them themselves.
They are.
Where you can
Facebook
score them cheap.
Marketplace, all
They
those
are.
places. Yeah.
But it sounds like, and the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. If you've sold or bought one of these things, they're flying immediately.
Yeah.
Like the second they go up, somebody wants to snap one of these things down. So I guess I ask, and I'll give you the number again, 252-WCMF. Are regular everyday folks finally getting a chance to use and buy Pelotons?
Well,
guess so,
here's the
right?
thing. Like, I kind of thought, and I know a few people who did this, like, if they were looking to do that for cheaper, they bought a cheaper bike and just subscribed to the Peloton service. So I would think, like, those people already had the bikes.
Okay,
You know what I
get
mean?
what you're saying. But all right, I will with the hockey travel with my daughter.
Yeah.
I've gotten to use Pelotons in hotels before.
Yeah.
They're amazing.
Yeah.
They're fun. They're not worth $3,000.
Right,
But like
right.
when you say they bought other bikes, like I get it. Okay, it's
Do you think
cheaper
they're better than
alternatives.
a standard stationary bike?
100%.
Oh.
I have a standard cheap stationary bike
Okay.
in my basement. I would murder a man.
But I'm just thinking,
for
like, if you
Peloton.
were somebody that didn't want to invest in the Peloton, like, maybe you didn't. I'm surprised so many people waited to get their hands on something
I get
like
what you're
that,
saying,
you
but I
know?
think if it's one of those things, like if your gym had one, or you use one at a
Maybe
hotel, or
it's
you got on a
sparked
friend,
your interest.
Once you try it, I'm telling
Yeah.
you, man. Like if somebody were to be like $200, I'll give you my Peloton. Sold
Aren't they
immediately.
boring though after a while, just pedaling in your basement?
Well, I think that's another reason why people who bought these, the idea during COVID for a lot of people was this is what I will do to
Yeah.
get in shape. You're
Yeah.
right. If you do that every single day, maybe it gets boring.
Yeah.
But if you spend $200, $300, $400 on one and
Yeah.
then use that as part of doing other stuff, sure, I get
I
it.
mean, you put it right next to your Bowflex
So let's talk
and your
about
shake
that.
weight.
Did Peloton get lame? Because those other things you bring up, the home workout stuff,
Mm-hmm.
part of the reason why they disappeared is they got lame.
Yeah, and they're super expensive. That Bowflex was not cheap.
Yeah, but it was
Do people
endorsed by
still
Chuck
have
Norris.
the
Yeah.
Bowflex? Like, do Bowflex still exist in the wild? Like, are there people that just have stuck with the Bowflex
I
for
bet you they
decades?
still advertise.
I haven't seen a
haven't.
Bowflex
I
advertisement.
bet you they advertise late at night.
He's
Because that's when I see all the weird stuff.
Well, I don't think Bowflex is that weird. It was a common phenomenon.
Well, it was a weird looking weight machine.
Sure.
Because it didn't have standard weights to it, right? It was just like strength bands.
Well, yeah, it was the Bowflex.
Oh.
It was the Bose.
And what was the one that Chuck Norris did? That was that one that slid up and down? That wasn't the
The
Bowflex.
Nordic
That-
track?
No, it was no. It was like an
Nordic
ab
Track
machine.
was way back.
No, Bowflex. Chuck Norris also did Bowflex.
Oh, he did? But there was another one that him and Christy Brinkley used to do together.
I remember that
On,
one.
it was like a slide.
Yeah, and you like put your hands out and it
Right.
helped with your abs. And
Nordic
stuff
Track
like
where you just ran in place on like skis.
that. I
Yeah.
never got the Nordic Track.
And they showed a guy, he put a camera in his closet, like filming himself, like how much weight he lost.
Wow.
Yeah. And then there was another one where the pedals flipped back and forth, and it was endorsed by some other exercise guru guy that was really funny. Billy something.
Billy Blanks.
Yes.
Typo
So-
guy.
Kickboxing?
But it was a thing like but the feet swung back and forth like a bicycle.
I know what you're talking about.
So we had a
Oh.
guy. Oh, he used to be on the old show. He bought it and couldn't use it because he was too fat.
There was a weight limit on it.
Yeah, 300 pounds.
Oh, no.
He got on it and realized he couldn't use it.
252 WCMF. We're talking about this company. It's called Trade My Spin. They exist solely to buy used Pelotons. They're spending as little as $200 on these used Pelotons because, again, a number says 1/4 of the 4.5 million Peloton bikes and treadmills sold since 2019 are going unused. People are not using them. That's almost $2 billion worth of bikes that people are just letting sit in their attic. They come in, they buy them on the cheap, they then resell them for $500 to $700, and they are making a fortune. This guy says in the last 4 months, they've sold over 2,000 bikes, and it's giving an opportunity for regular ass people to get their hands
Yeah.
on this super high-end, trendy piece
Sure.
of equipment. But you know how this goes, like we were just talking about. Once, Pam from down the street gets a
Yeah.
Peloton, maybe it's not as cool anymore.
And the next thing comes down the line.
I'm
You know what
dying
I
to
mean?
know what the next thing's going to
Yeah,
be, because we're
I'm
running out of things.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you think, but they're going to start reintroducing like old stuff again.
Okay.
Thigh Masters. Like that Thigh Master thing went on forever. The Jane Fonda tapes. Look at he just passed away. Simmons.
Oh, Richard Simmons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All those tapes your mom bought to jazzercise. Push the coffee table away and start working out in the living room.
So the tapes are impossible to sell now because there are just like fitness influencers who put that stuff out for free on YouTube.
Yeah, you can go on YouTube.
Yeah,
right?
like my wife will do like videos like that she'll find in the basement, right? But
Right.
I'm dying to know what that next piece of equipment is going to be because you're right. The Peloton is just a bike that came back around. But I don't know. Are people stupid enough to fall for something like a Bowflex again?
The greatest invention ever that this guy invented, and it was perfect. It's that thing where you hung upside down, like you strapped your feet in, and it is supposed to like fix your back, and you could do crunches. But you were a vampire. You just
Didn't
hung
people
up
get like stuck on those things?
Yeah, you just hung yourself upside down by your feet. It was like you're torturing yourself. And you convinced people to buy that.
It was something boots. What the hell was it called?
Gravity
boots.
Yeah.
Was that it?
Yeah.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Jason. Hey, Jason, how are you, buddy?
Guys, I got one of these things, and I'd like to offer you that, for $200. I'll bring it right down to the break room. I'll set it up all for you, and you guys can have it as a constant fixture in the break room.
we're gonna have our own Peloton in the break room all day long.
Yeah.
Jason, I can't take your Peloton for $200. I'd feel guilty.
Oh, how about my hermaphrodite?
All right, thank you, Jason. Have a good rest of the day. He always gets us.
I know.
That's all right. Damn, I thought we had a Peloton for $200. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you. While that conversation was
You
happening,
thought about it,
I was
didn't
trying to
you?
figure out the logistics. I could get in a nice
But
Peloton
here's the
workout
thing:
before the show.
you would buy it for yourself, and then it would sit in this room for the next 10 years.
Yes, it would. But I would use it in the room, like
Would
in
you?
commercial breaks.
Would
Let's
you?
get a
I'm
quick.
sitting next to a desk right now that's supposed to be in your house.
Okay,
Oh,
but
yeah.
the desk can't give me a good burn, Kimmy. I could jump on that bike, get a good 60-second burn in the commercial break. Let's take a break.
All right.
Bills camp carries on. Today they are off. Tomorrow they are back. Then the red and blue game scrimmage at the whatever. But yesterday there was a very special moment at camp.
Oh, what happened?
A young man from our area and his father, it seems, showed up at camp completely unannounced with a very special item that one Bills player never thought he'd ever see again.
Oh, really?
It meant a lot to his career. It's the only one he's ever had.
How'd this kid get it?
It showed up in his hands in the stands.
Really?
And this kid, hands down, is the most selfless, soon-to-be 7th grader on planet Earth. Because there are grown men, Kimmy, that would not have offered to give this up for free.
Nope.
And he wanted nothing but for this man to have it back.
Wow,
And
what a kid.
We'll get into the story next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. It's one of the most unique things that could happen to you at an NFL game.
Yeah.
And for a kid to get his hands on this, Tommy, this would be a prized possession until the day they put you in the ground. Which is why what happened on this practice field at Fisher yesterday was so surprising and, Kimmy, heartwarming. This kid gave it up.
Yeah.
What a miracle.
So one millionaire hero football player of his could feel whole again.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, how'd you like your share of $100,000?
$100,000.
Download the free Odyssey app, log in, and listen to CMF on that app for 1 hour each weekday to get your daily entry for your chance at your share of $100,000 in this national contest. Good luck from CMF. Just after 7 o'clock, Tommy, it is said that you can have freedom or you can have safety, but you can't have both.
Man, somebody should have written that down.
And when you have more of one, you lose more of the other.
Oh, so it's give and take.
There is a county east of us that is implementing something they say they need to keep the community safe.
Okay, that's good.
And that means this county, if they want, will now know where you are and what you are doing at every moment of every day.
What about my freedom?
We'll get into it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. So the Bills continue practice this week at St. John Fisher University. They're off today. They're back at it tomorrow. Then they scrimmage at the stadium in Buffalo on Friday night. And yesterday, camp had 2 very special, and it seems, Kimmy, unannounced visitors.
Yeah, it seems like they showed up in hopes of making this happen, but like it wasn't a planned thing necessarily.
And Tommy, they had something with them.
What they do?
So we have to give you a quick backstory. Last season, Bills defensive tackle Ed Oliver got his first and thus far only career interceptions against the Patriots at home. So he picks the ball off, and he was pumped when it happened. Kim, you remember it was that brilliant, like he dove. How a man that large was able to make that athletic a play still blows my mind. But he was pumped. He gets up, and the whole team follows him into the end zone.
Yeah.
He spikes the ball,
Yeah.
and they got so excited that Bills linebacker Terrell Bernard took the ball he intercepted
Yeah.
and chucked it into the crowd.
There's gone for the ages.
You got it.
All right.
Ed Oliver didn't realize that Bernard did that because when he got back to the sideline, he's like, hey, where'd the ball go?
Kind of wanted to keep that.
got it.
After he did that belly landing.
So the ball landed in the hands of then 6th grader and Spencerport native Michael Sachs. He and his dad were at that game. And tell me, that would be a lifetime memory with the souvenir to boot,
man,
right?
what a game. What a catch.
And the kid caught an NFL ball.
Yeah.
I mean, catching a foul ball in a baseball game is a rare occurrence.
Oh, yeah.
NFL balls hardly ever go into the crowd. Well, yesterday,
Yeah, what did little Mikey do?
unannounced, Michael and his dad showed up at Bills camp with the ball
Wow.
so they could give it back to Ed Oliver.
You're kidding me.
It
Yeah.
doesn't seem that they called anyone.
Right.
It didn't seem that they set
Just
this
word
up.
got
So they just
word
had-
spread at camp.
Yeah.
And it got to the right
Wow.
people, I guess.
You
Well,
got
yeah, because
Yeah.
you got something precious.
Bingo. There's a video yesterday that the Bills put up on their social media. It's got Ed Oliver on the sideline talking to one of his teammates. He's like, yeah, I think that the kid who caught the ball has the ball. I think it's here. I want to go find him. So it sounds like the father and son found someone and said, we have this ball. Ed Oliver insisted on meeting them
Well,
after
no
practice.
kidding, man.
And then there was this great moment in the end zone yesterday that the Bills caught on video.
Do you mind if I have that ball?
Oh, of course.
Okay, look, I'm gonna have to do something special for you. Damn, this the only pick I ever caught in the league.
I know, and then Terrell Bernard grabbed it from you and ran it over and threw it at him, and he caught it.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, look, watch it.
Bro, like, I was like, damn, y'all ain't nobody get the ball. I didn't know where the ball had went. It just disappeared. So, bro, I'm super thankful that you can return it to me. I'm gonna have to do something super special for you.
Okay, you can see based on the video that the kid was not promised anything because Ed Oliver's telling him I got to do something special, but he doesn't even know what to do for him.
Right.
Yeah.
It just kind of happened. So this kid,
He just really wanted to do this for Ed Oliver.
out of the kindness of his heart,
Yeah.
Kimmy, gave him back this ball. 252
And cool on his dad, too, for not talking him out of it.
We don't know that his dad didn't try and talk him out of
Okay, but yeah, I could see a lot of dads being like, no, they don't care. You keep that ball, kid.
Gotta keep that ball. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Tommy?
Got a quick question.
Sure, go ahead.
Because you know the game of collectibles.
Yes.
Collectibles.
What do you think that ball's worth?
So an
this-
NFL game ball that came from a game on its own is probably worth $300, $400.
Okay.
If you can prove that ball was that interception ball, which you probably could, I would say probably $1,000, maybe more. If Ed Oliver becomes what people think he can become, more than that, especially if that's his only career interception.
So let's just
How
say
do you
right
prove
now
it?
it's a G.
Potentially. I mean, there's people that would spend $1,000 for that ball, maybe more.
Right.
So yeah, you could be sitting on $1,000 minimum.
Right. So he handed back Ed Oliver $1,000.
He did.
$1,000.
$1,000.
And a special memory. You know what I mean? Like, it's still like, no matter what that ball was involved in on the field, like, I think any kid getting a football from a player is just a special moment that they hold on to forever.
So with all that in mind, 252.
I mean, your old man played it in the NFL and you never got a ball.
I have 2 balls. I caught 2 of them when I was a kid. But my dad spent all of our money on front row end zone seats. And we had
You're in that prime spot.
We had bad quarterbacks that had often balls, which I'm not even kidding. I caught a ball from J.P. Lossman that he sailed out of the back of the end zone. Anyway,
All right.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Are you giving that ball back?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm holding on to that goddamn thing.
Are you talking young Tommy or adult Tommy?
Pick one. They're both selfish, man. There's no way unless I'm getting something big from Ed Oliver.
But so here's the thing. I mean, like Ed Oliver could have said thank you and walked away.
Right.
And it
Yeah.
sounds like the kid would have been just happy that he had it back.
I understand.
What is big? What would you expect from Ed Oliver if you're bringing him the ball?
So as a kid,
Yeah.
I think you want the whole experience. Like you want really good seats, like taking around, showing everything.
So you want like
You definitely want to meet Josh Allen.
Okay, but like it's not like Ed Oliver's like the boss of Josh Allen.
I understand that. But you want this ball back, make it happen.
That's kind of a dick move. Hey, guy who's also an NFL star, I
Yeah.
want to meet a bigger NFL star.
Welcome to the big league.
What is
Ed.
12?
I'm going to
man.
milk it for all I can. Like I want to meet all the stars. At minimum, I want to meet all the
So you're
stars.
negotiating here.
And I want an autographed ball.
Okay.
I also want lunch.
Like at the stadium?
No, now.
You would bring me food? Yeah. Okay, great.
Bring me some food.
Okay, like if you do that,
Chop, chop.
you realize like all of the sweetness and kindness of this story
Right, right,
completely
right.
goes away.
Right. But that goes away anyway.
Okay. Kimmy,
Yeah.
you giving that ball back?
Are you talking?
Both. Young Kimmy, 12-year-old Kimmy, you giving that ball back?
The same Kimmy.
I'm probably not at 12.
Okay.
Because I guess I wouldn't understand the importance of it to that player at 12. It'd be harder for me to wrap my head around, just because I'm like, this is the most special thing I have. But maybe as an adult, you see it differently. You see like you're more excited for the moment of meeting that player, I think, than having that ball.
But there was no guarantee
You're
they were
right,
going to meet
you're
Ed
right, you're
Oliver
right.
yesterday. I mean, the team.
But I think you as an adult, like you're more looking for like that could be a really cool moment.
Okay.
But you're going to meet Ed Oliver walking in with that ball. That's some Ed bait right there.
Bait.
Because he wants that damn ball back.
Well, I mean, like, look, I mean, we know Ed Oliver's a good dude based on like other videos we've seen of him. You know, the one where he's standing on top of a horse. You know, he's the guy that owns the ranch.
Oh,
He
yeah.
rode horses his whole
Country
life.
Ed.
If you couldn't tell by the way he
Yeah.
talks, right?
He has an actual Mr. Ed.
But like, I mean, if there are NFL players that are dicks, it could be like just send one of the equipment
Right.
guys to go get the ball and bring
Right.
it back
But
to
you
him.
ain't getting that ball.
Well, you can't not. You brought the ball to give it to him.
And I can take it home. They got here and they can leave here.
252 WCMF. Ed Oliver's first and only interception that happened last year against the Patriots after he made the play. The team was so excited, the defense celebrating with him, that his teammate, Terrell Bernard, chucked the ball into the crowd that was caught by then sixth grader, Spencerport native Michael Sachs, the 12-year-old kid. Brought the ball yesterday with his dad unannounced to Bill's training camp and told someone, hey, we have this ball. They gave it back to Ed Oliver. Didn't ask for anything, didn't expect for anything. And Ed Oliver said, we got to do something really special. But he was so shocked he had the ball in his hand, it sounded like he was at a loss as to what to do for the kid.
I mean, he definitely sounds like a guy that's going to step up. Not just basing that on his southern drawl.
What do you...
You're gonna give him a horse? What do you mean?
So, yeah.
Give him a horse.
Hey, is he the one that got in trouble?
So he was arrested for a DWI that it turns
open
out
container or something?
and they charged him with a DWI on top of that. He wasn't
Yeah,
guilty.
he was exonerated.
They pulled blood and there was no alcohol in the system.
I know that you would go in doing this not expecting anything.
Okay.
But let's say you walk away and think, oh, eventually, I'm sure we'll hear from him soon, and then nothing happens. Would you be disappointed?
Oh, yeah.
Well, and here's
Or
the
like
thing.
you feel it, or like let's say they, hook you up with like a jersey or something. Like If you feel like what you gave up, you didn't get back in return, would there be a level of disappointment to that?
I kind of feel no matter what happens,
Yeah.
this kid, and I don't mean this like he's being selfish.
No.
Like the kid's gonna be disappointed, right? Because like you remember being a kid and like
You have high expectations.
yes,
Yeah.
you're walking into a situation you don't know what the heck's
Right,
gonna
right,
happen,
right.
but you can't help but let your mind run wild.
Oh yeah.
Right as to
They're
what's
gonna let me play in a game.
exactly.
You know, yeah.
I'm the king. I'm gonna go get
Yeah.
to run and grab the tee and run back
Yeah.
on the side of
Right.
the field there, right? Like. I feel like at that age there will only be disappointment.
True.
Yeah.
True. Yeah.
Right.
Your imagination runs wild.
Unless Ed Oliver just bends over backwards for the kid. But here's the other thing that I would worry about if I'm dad, just for the disappointment standpoint of
Yeah.
my kid. Ed Oliver is an NFL player.
Yeah.
Those guys are super busy. They are focused on the season.
Right.
To your point, Kimmy, it's possible that Ed Oliver gets his ball. He is super thankful. Things start to happen. And just because life happens, you kind of forget about the kid.
Right.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
If you're dad, if that happens by accident, you reach out to the Bills or you let it go?
Oh, you reach out. I just handed you $1,000 and you give me squat.
Oh, you didn't hand
Plus,
the Bills.
plus I'm paying for your new stadium over
Plus,
here.
I'm paying for your new
What else you want from me, huh? You want me to do? Can I at least take you off on my taxes? Yeah, I'm pissed.
All right, Kimmy, I'll ask you this because
Yeah.
I'm not going to ask you because you'll be like,
Well, now that I know it's worth $1,000, I'm expecting $1,000 worth of goods and services.
Well, are you
Goods
serious
and
right now?
services.
I mean, you could argue that meeting at Oliver at camp yesterday was $1,000.
that ain't no
worth of good-
$1,000. He ain't no Josh Allen.
A meet and greet with an NFL player. Old man Wade. People would spend $1,000 to meet at Oliver at camp afterwards. Take pictures with him. They would do that.
You really think so?
Yes.
I mean, I wouldn't call him a star.
Ed Oliver?
I mean, he's not the star of the team.
No, well, he is a star.
Hey,
He's one of the best defensive tackles in the league.
hey, man, God bless you. It's not a glamour spot.
It is a glamour spot.
Not the
You live in Buffalo.
quarterback. You're
Oh my
not the
God.
receiver.
I love it. Oh,
You're not the running back.
Would you donate $5? You know, Jesus doesn't work. You do this extreme thing. You can't even name the running back.
Cook.
What's his first name?
James.
Damn.
It's pretty simple. Man.
Kimmy,
Yeah.
what does Ed Oliver owe this kid after what he did for him?
Like maybe some signed gear.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like something with his signature on it.
That's
like
so
I would think that
Hilton.
would be pretty special.
What does that mean?
So Hill.
Or like a cool game day experience where maybe gets to go on the field pregame, something
Okay.
like that. Like that would be cool for a
So
kid.
tickets for the kid and pregame field passes.
Yeah, something like that. I would think like that would be a pretty cool thing for the kid where you'd feel like that was worth it.
Is that enough for you?
Think of 12-year-old Tommy.
And,
would-
and it should be easy for you because I hear from a distance you kind of look like an 8th grader.
How does that joke still hang
It
around?
blows so hard.
No, that's your mom.
What the F, man? No, I mean, bro, think about
All right, game day experience. I kind of said that. Like I said I wanted the
I said what
backstage.
Kimmy said, man.
I wanted to meet Josh Allen.
Well, you're probably not going to get to meet Josh
no,
Allen.
Allen has to happen.
You're on a game day. You're going to demand.
I demand.
Well, I want
Josh.
you make it happen. I don't care if it's game day, Tuesday. You pick the day. Allen has to happen.
Okay. Well, look. I am. The thing that impresses me most about this kid out in Spencerport, who brought this ball back to Ed Oliver yesterday, he is at the most selfish time
yeah.
in life.
Middle school kids. That's
Yeah.
like talk to anybody who's a teacher. They will tell you like that middle school age, you're like the biggest dick.
Oh yeah,
100%.
We talked
Right.
about the 8 whole years.
Yeah.
Exactly. And for this kid at that age,
What a sweet kid.
to do what he did yesterday, like,
Yeah.
damn.
Yeah.
Damn. So, yeah, hopefully the kid gets tightened up and taken care of.
Yes.
And good for the dad, Kimmy, you're right, for not being like, he's a
yeah.
gay man. You weren't there. All right, let's take a break. Tommy,
Yeah, buddy.
you can be safe or you can be free.
All right.
You can't be both at the same
Oh,
time.
boy.
At least there's an argument to be made about that. There is a county east of us who says they need to do this for the safety of their community.
Oh, that's good.
And this has happened in other cities across America with varying results. However, the people that want freedom are saying, well, no, you can't know where I am and what I'm doing at every single moment of every single day because you can make the argument that's what would happen here.
Yeah.
And the reason we bring this up is because if this happens in this place,
Yeah.
just down the way from us, it's not out of the question. This is a debate we'll be having about Rochester not that far from now. And we'll tell you why. This county says they need your face on record at all times.
Face.
Next to the break room on CMF. You want to be safe, right?
Oh, yeah.
Well, there's an argument, Tommy, that with safety comes less freedom.
Uh-oh.
And it can be hard to determine how much of your freedom you're willing to give up to feel safe.
Okay.
There is a county that is taking what some folks say is a pretty extreme measure to keep the people who live in that community safe. I mean, you will be able to find the bad guys really quick.
But
They'd also be able to locate you right away.
yo ass.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Just after 7:30, there is an 18-year-old guy who is in some serious trouble yesterday, or serious trouble this morning, after what police say he did after he lost his job. And what he's accused of is shocking.
Yeah.
Kimmy, what is more shocking is that he cared about this job that much.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
And we'll get into it. It's after 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. Tommy, come with me.
All right. Where are we going?
We're going east.
All right.
Columbia County, New York.
All right.
It is right next to Woodstock.
Oh, hippie town.
And this county is doing something that has privacy lovers on edge.
What are they doing?
The county is implementing facial recognition technology in surveillance cameras they have set up around their community.
So this is like China.
Like China.
Well, the Beijing's got it.
Yeah, no, it's
Did
crazy.
you say the Beijing's got
The
it?
Beijing.
The Beijing.
Okay.
It's the Beijing. So it's basically Chinatown.
Okay. The new cameras will have the ability to recognize faces and license plates to pinpoint where certain people are out and about. It would
So
also
they'll know where they're whining.
game's done. It's
Yeah.
over. It would also be able to locate people who are out or in places that they should not be.
All right. When you out messing.
Now, the reason why the county wants this is pretty obvious. They argue this will keep folks who are dangerous from being able to move about or hide. They argue that if those people do move, they'll know where these people are. They argue that if there is someone that is suspected of a crime caught on camera, they would be able to identify that person immediately.
Okay.
And it would be able to help them find them quickly.
But this is like Big Brother, Big Brother.
It is. It's so big, and they said it
Yeah.
twice.
You got two big brothers.
But the authorities argue this would give them a chance to keep the community safer.
How
And
dangerous is this county that's in the middle of nowhere?
so that I don't know. And it's one of-
Woodstock is in the middle of nowhere. And this
Right.
is the next county over.
this goes up against the state line as well. So I don't
this
know.
has
what's
got to
in
be
there.
the sticks.
Okay. Can we talk about this before you start going
No,
off? like
I'm
a
good. I'm
car?
good. I don't have an opinion yet.
Look, man. The logic they're arguing is
Yeah.
not wrong. Like, this would keep people
Sure.
safer. However, the trade-off is the place that you live would be able to track your every move if they wanted
You have no
to.
privacy.
Exactly. And there are people who live there who say they're concerned. They're concerned about who has access to the technology, how the information about where their daily lives, what their patterns are, would be used, and if this could be hacked or accessed by people that aren't part of law enforcement. They also question how well the cameras would work. And the reason they do that, Tommy, I had mentioned coming in here that there are other cities who have used this technologies in other parts of the country.
Like the Beijing.
Or the Detroit.
Oh, Detroit.
Detroit implemented this technology.
Yeah.
Did they really?
Yes, they did. And they made a few wrong arrests based on the facial recognition technology that they had.
Yeah.
They had to write a whole new policy afterwards. Now, here's the thing.
What's that?
None of the facial recognition technology in the cameras has been decided yet. It's still up for debate. And the reason we are bringing this up here now is, Tommy, if this goes ahead in Columbia County, New York, it is not out of the question that eventually it would show up here.
Oh, yeah.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Are you cool with Monroe County facial and license plate recognition all over the area? Tommy Muley.
No.
Why?
From my cold, dead face.
Because then he can't run his red lights in the middle of the night.
Yes.
Wait, from your cold dead face?
Well, think about this. Like, who owns this technology? Is it the government or is it a company that works for the government? Because remember when they had red light cameras?
Yeah.
It was a company out of like Phoenix, Arizona that was like judging whether you ran a red light.
The Phoenix, Arizona.
Yeah. The one.
No, I mean, that's a valid question,
Right.
Is it? You're right. Are the people that work in this community going to be taught how to use it, or are they going to be outsourced and have to call someone when
No,
they
I'm
need to?
completely against it.
So you're completely against this. You want your freedom. You don't want them to know that you're at Wegmans every day at 10:30.
And it won't lower crime.
No.
No.
Why
Well,
do
you
say
got all
that?
this. I mean, I don't think it'll stop anything.
Okay.
I don't think the people that do this stuff, they don't really care whether you see my face or not.
Okay. Well, then why are they wearing masks, man?
Yeah, what do you do if I put on a mask anyway?
It's a good question. I don't
Right?
know. I don't know. But then
You'd
would
have
also,
a bunch of Richard Nixons running around doing bad stuff.
But you would also then be able to arrest the guy in the Richard Nixon mask. Kimmy?
Yeah.
Thoughts on facial recognition?
Well, that's what I was wondering. Like, maybe it helps you catch people committing crimes a little easier, but I don't think it doesn't prevent anything.
Okay, well, you can make the argument that if you are catching people that are committing
I think
crimes
people just
and
kind of
putting
figure
them-
out ways to get around it,
Okay.
or you know what I mean. Like, I think it just makes smarter criminals.
Ooh,
in a way.
interesting.
And they're going to sell whatever information they're gathered non-criminal to outside companies to make money. Man! You know that's right, man.
But that being said, I guess I wouldn't. I mean, to me, I don't care. Like, you can look. At
They're
all
making
my
money
stuff.
off your ass. Where's your check?
Man.
Well, I know,
you get a
but
cut?
I'm just saying, like, I don't. It does. The aspect of privacy doesn't really bother me because I do the same thing every day, so it's not hard to predict.
This is how the fall of society.
What?
I don't care. They can have all my information.
I mean, they do.
This is
I
you.
just,
You've said that you believe all hackers have all of your stuff and they just haven't gotten to you yet.
I know. I feel terrible about it.
I can tell.
I mean, think about like the amount of cameras you're on a daily
Oh, yeah.
basis. Anyways,
I know.
so it's kind of the same thing.
But it's not.
But
I
they
mean,
know who you are now. The thing
Right.
about it is now they have your actual
But if they have,
you. This is Tommy going.
Yeah.
This is
but if they
Pat
have my
going
license
over
plate, they
here.
can figure out who I am anyways.
But I mean, they wouldn't be able to just access you, and that's not true. Somebody else could be driving your car. They don't know
Right.
where that license plate is going. Look, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
That we have slowly been giving away our
All-
privacy
everything.
Yeah.
for years and years and years. But this,
Yeah.
I mean, this would be an extreme push into the final
Right, right,
frontier.
right.
Yes.
Now, I'm getting people on Facebook saying it's crazy to think Monroe County or the city of Rochester would ever do this, and I would argue this. They've used plenty of surveillance methods
Sure.
already. You brought up the red light cameras that were taken away.
Just the street cameras you have all around town in
Yeah.
general.
You got that. And they have mobile cameras that they can put up in areas if all of a sudden that area has issues. As we speak, the state is using speed cameras to catch people through work zones,
Yeah.
right? So to say that Monroe County isn't all up on surveillance would be, I think, an
that's-
incorrect statement.
Yes.
That's kind of my point. Like, they have your dumb face in that photo of you speeding through whatever it is.
What did I do?
Going to Dumbville.
But it's like you can't even deny it because it's like, is this you? Yep, that's me sitting behind that steering wheel.
The Dumbville.
yes.
All right, so Tommy, you are anti the facial recognition cameras. If they showed up tomorrow, would you make a stink about it?
Oh yeah.
You wouldn't do nothing.
I mean,
you wouldn't do
I would give it
nothing.
the fist.
Let me put it this
You
way.
know what? I give it the fist right there, baby.
Really? Well, wait, the cameras of your mom?
Don't a lot of stores already
I would
have this
be fisting?
technology?
Stop.
That's what she said.
We have heard
Yeah.
that some of that local grocery stores
Like,
have
that's
this
how they
technology,
keep people out that have,
but
been
nothing has been
accused of stealing
confirmed
before.
because the stores I don't think
Yeah.
want people to know
All right.
they
Right.
have this facial recognition technology. And then there is a different argument to be made there because, like, if it's at a private store or a
That's
state,
private property. They can do what they want.
and like, look, I know that Major League NFL franchises use these also. If I'm concerned about my face being used in that way, I have the choice to not go to that place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whereas
True.
I don't have a choice to not go outside.
Right.
I have to go to my job. Got to go to the hospital.
You have to exist, baby.
I got to get on a flight to go to the Beijing.
Yes.
252 WCMF 252-9263. We're talking about Columbia County, New York. They have a proposition up to add facial recognition to surveillance cameras that they have around the county. And their argument is this would allow them to locate dangerous people, lower crime, make sure that folks cannot hide when they have done something wrong. And they wouldn't be wrong. However, folks that are concerned about privacy say, are you kidding me right now? Are you kidding me right now? How much freedom is worth giving up for safety? Because whether or not you think you'd be affected by the cameras and the facial recognition, it would chip away at your freedom.
Oh, absolutely it would.
Right? I mean,
And I don't think you'd feel any safer.
okay, I find it funny that a man who has cameras in his house and lives in the most affluent suburb in Rochester, also who has made comments about how scared he is crossing the street in the morning to come to
Oh,
work,
it's bad over here.
says, I don't think this would make us any safer.
No.
You live in Cameraville, USA.
Also Gazeboville.
Cameras on the gazebo.
Yes.
Like, I get you want to sound like cool, man. Hey, man,
Freedom, man.
Let me tell you something, man. But you don't live your life in a way that you feel like you value freedom over structure and safety. Because Pittsford is structure and safety.
But I
we
think we're
literally
already
get
safe.
updates on your backyard
Yes.
daily.
I know. But I think I'm already safe.
But you're already safe because you live in a community that does all this stuff for you.
But it's enough. I don't think we need any more.
Well, no, but okay.
We've gone too damn far.
We've gone too far when I live in the most affluent, lowest crime community in Rochester.
I'm taking it as far
All
as I can go. I mean, my couch doesn't touch the wall.
Look, man, I don't necessarily disagree with you, man. I agree. I look at this and I go, wow, this is a little bit scary, right? But I think there is a debate to be had about how far you're willing to go to ensure or increase the odds that people don't get hurt. Look at you, such a bitch.
What?
252 WCMF 252-9263. Folks have been waiting patiently. Let's talk to Rich. Hey, Richie, how are you, brother?
Good, yourself?
Good, man. What do you got?
So here's the deal. This isn't going to stop anything. We already have technology like fingerprinting and DNA and cameras everywhere to begin with, and that doesn't stop crime. And the bigger issue is, even if it reduced crime somehow where we caught more people, with New York State bail reform, we're letting them back out on the street in 7.5 minutes anyway. So what is that really solving?
I mean, it is pretty impressive, though, that they can get them downtown, process them, and they're out in 7.5 minutes.
Yeah, that's quick.
I mean,
You'd be amazed, and if they don't need a
that's why I
donut,
said
it
it would be
5
amazing.
minutes.
That's why I said it. All right, so, Rich, well, wait a minute. If your argument is keep them locked up for longer, but you're anti-camera, those two things don't really go side by side, because if you want them locked up, the theory here, and I understand the fear of something like this, and I'm not for it, but I do think it is naive to say that with this technology, it wouldn't be easier to catch those people. Fingerprinting takes extra time, and having to locate that person again. I mean, Rich, in theory with these cameras, you could follow someone to where they live and follow them away from where they were.
But to give up my freedoms to catch somebody else, I'm not willing to do that.
Okay,
And
so
I don't
that's
think
the difference. That's the difference, right? Not that it wouldn't work. It's the fact that you're not willing to give up your freedom. But Rich, then I'll ask you this: as a guy who sounds like you're pretty tough on crime guy based on the last statement you made, Rich, if you're not a criminal, then what is your concern with being followed around?
My concern is that in the Constitution, it states that we will not be.
Rich, you there? What happened?
We lose you, Rich?
Oh, hold on a second. I think I lost you guys. Sorry about that.
No, it's fine. It's fine. No, it's all right. We got you. We got a camera on you right now. You're okay.
Okay, perfect. Like I was saying in the Constitution, I mean, there are clauses in the Constitution that basically say we will not be surveyed or followed or interrogated without our consent, if we have not committed a crime. And if we're around...
Sorry, go ahead.
Wait, they mentioned cameras in the Constitution?
I mean, there's also things in the Constitution and amendments about keeping people for crimes that they didn't commit, and search and seizure and things like that. I mean, Rich, I get where you're coming from.
I mean, your wife couldn't ride a horse wearing a skirt.
I understand your concern, right? Yeah. But it is strange. It's like, it's okay on this side for these extreme measures to be taken, but when it comes to my personal freedom, I don't like it.
But when do we draw the line?
That's what I'm asking. That's what I'm asking you.
And that's what I'm telling you. I'm drawing the line right here. That's my personal line.
All right. Rich, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. I think that's the problem with these arguments, right? Because, again, I am not comfortable with facial recognition camera. But if your argument is it's okay when it affects other people, but it don't affect me, that ain't the best argument. And that's kind of the argument you were making. I live in Pittsford. I feel safe. I don't want cameras everywhere.
Yeah, put them over there.
Don't you follow me? Every time it's not on me, it's okay.
Put them in Sketchy Town. And I thought crime was down anyway.
Well, I mean, it's not about whether or not crime is down. It's about whether or not people think crime is down. True, you understand what I'm saying, right?
And news got a lot of crime on it.
And look, there's money to be made all over the place.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that has something to do with all of this.
Big cash grab. Buddy.
I mean, it's really hard to balance freedom versus safety. And it can change as time goes on, too. Like, let me give you an example.
Yeah.
After 9/11, TSA started at the airport.
Yeah.
Right? And no one after 9/11 had any problem with standing in line and the stuff we had to go
Taking
through.
your shoes off.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like after what we witnessed and the way
Right,
that we
right.
all felt, we were fine with it. But as time went on, it became a frustrating experience.
Pain in the ass.
And then we found out, Tommy, that the TSA was not all that effective.
Yeah.
And
All
now
the stuff that was getting through.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And now every single person looks at TSA with contempt.
Yes.
But there's no going back.
No.
It's here.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, most people are scared to the point about crime going down. You turn on the news and it feels like there's something horrifying happening all the time, right? There was that terrible, horrible thing that happened in Maplewood Park over the weekend.
Yes.
And there are folks that would argue that this would help locate those
Yeah.
shooters that are still at large right now. And you and me and Kimmy, we can't sit here and say that's not true, right?
Yeah.
So those people would make the argument that if we had something like this, those people who are dangerous people
Yeah.
would be behind bars, right?
a good point.
Right? But at the same time, it can lead folks to thinking that this is something that they want or is a necessary evil. But once it's here,
Yeah.
there's no chance of going back.
Probably not.
Right? And
Yeah.
again, that doesn't mean it should or shouldn't happen. It's just something you have to consider when this stuff gets served
Because
up.
once you're in, you're in.
Man.
You know that.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, we're talking about Columbia County, New York. It's right next to Woodstock. The reason we bring them up, they are talking about implementing facial recognition in surveillance cameras across their county. And their argument is it keeps the community safer. They can locate people, find where people are moving. Folks who are concerned about privacy and freedom are saying, what, are you kidding me right now? And look, if this happens here, it's not out of the question it happens in Monroe County. We do have a surveillance kind of county.
Yeah.
Man. Let's talk to Josh. Hey, Josh, how are you, buddy?
Morning, guys. Pretty good this morning.
What up?
I think it's just the idea that we have of, like, Big Brother is watching, and I feel like the hesitation for the cameras is a symptom of most of us being discontent with, like, the police, the government. We don't trust those. So I feel like people really need to adjust where they're directing their anxiety and their anger and resentment and things like that, try to change those things, because I feel like if we were at like a 98% approval rating for like the government, we'd be fine with them having more control or more access to our lives.
Man.
So I feel like the cameras could be a great thing.
Listen to this.
But we just don't trust
Listen
the
to this
situation.
guy right here.
Right.
Was it, I forgot. Was this utopian Josh calling?
Hey, when's the last time everybody had the government or anything had a 98% approval rating?
Look, okay, you're right, Tommy.
Never.
But no, here's the thing.
Yeah,
I don't think.
knob jobs.
I don't, when was the government doing that?
No, but that's the only thing that would get that kind of rating.
Because I'll vote.
All right, for knobs.
Well, but to Pat's point
Absolutely.
earlier about
Vote.
9/11, sometimes it takes something like that big for everybody to
But
be
even
all in
people
on the
were
same
bitching
idea.
then. Like, you guys are probably too young to
No.
remember. Like
Oh, no,
people,
we were
No, I know what you're
people
saying.
were on both sides. Were upset,
Yeah.
but there was people pissed off that they were my freedoms are being taken away.
I understand, but it was a tiny number compared to the people that are upset with this now. And I
Yeah.
don't think Josh is wrong here. I do think Josh is right that the fear of these things comes from contempt,
Yeah.
right? Because you just had a guy talk about the Constitution and the government, right? And then argue that they're not doing enough to keep that same government
Yeah.
is not doing enough to keep people locked up and keep us safe. But Josh, I mean, whether or not you trust somebody doesn't mean that they still have your best interests at heart. Although I agree with your idea, even if it was a 98% approval rating for every politician that would control anything that has to do with this, it doesn't mean that something bad can't happen, that they can't take advantage of our faces and privacy and what we're doing. Man!
Oh, absolutely. And I feel Tommy nailed it on the head earlier, because I
Usually
remember when
do.
the officers first got the body cams, it was controlled by a company named Viper. So you could,
That's a great
the officers
name, though.
didn't have access to the body cam footage. It was a third party. So if the government had a complete lock on this camera footage, I feel like that would even go a long way to ease people's minds, because if it is a third company, or if it was being sold, or if it was being peddled, that's also another thing that really adds to the whole, I don't want this.
All right, I get what you're saying. So, Josh, well, I guess in summation here, you would be okay with facial recognition cameras in Monroe County if it was just the government that controlled them.
Less points of access.
Okay. Josh, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Have a good one.
There goes Josh. Josh is, what are we going to do here? Right? First, Josh is like, yeah, no, guys, think about it. Let it happen. All of a sudden now, we're living in boxes. They're feeding us with a spoon, right?
I'm just thinking, I feel bad for like school skippers, cheaters, guys sliding around.
Is that what you're concerned about?
Oh yeah, the
Getting
fun
caught
stuff.
cheating?
It's also the fun stuff. Like, did you ever skip school?
No, I never.
They had made.
Wait, you never
no,
skipped school?
they made it very hard when we were kids because they didn't let
Sucks.
people in or out without supervision.
Right.
You know what I
You
mean?
talk about a day of freedom is the day you skip school.
Oh, I understand.
Oh,
it.
man.
Awesome.
Unless you just didn't show up to school.
The joys of mortgaging your future.
It
Then
was
they
worth
call
it,
your
brother.
parents.
Brother, shut up. It's worth it, brother. If only you were there, man. If you say you were there, you weren't really there, man. All right, let's take a break.
Yeah.
Well, you talk about the freedom of mortgaging your future.
Yes.
You make the argument that was this guy here. Look, you're right. You look back on your youth and you think, God, I didn't know how good I had.
You didn't.
Right? And I think that argument can be made for any job you had between the ages of 18 and 22. Because although it paid your bills,
Yeah.
it wasn't life or death.
No.
Right? Like that job, if you lost it, it wasn't that big a deal.
Right.
And you now know that.
Mm-hmm.
That's why this story is so surprising, Kimmy.
Yeah.
One, what this kid said, according
yeah.
to police, after he was fired.
Definitely something you say out of anger.
But the fact that it seems he cared about this job this much at this age?
Yeah.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Think about whatever job you had at 18.
Oh, yeah.
Was it a job you loved? Was it a job you had to have?
Yeah.
Because there's a teenager in our area who is now in some serious trouble.
Yeah.
But the most surprising part of this very surprising story may not be what he's accused of doing, but his reaction to losing a job that most kids his age probably wouldn't have cared about.
All right.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. How would you like your chance at your share of $100,000?
$100,000.
You can download the free Odyssey app, log in, and listen to CMF on the app for 1 hour each day. That is your daily entry for your chance at a share of $100,000 in a national contest. Good luck from your friends here in the break room on CMF just after 7:45. If you own a Ring camera, yesterday may have been a problem for you. Did you see this?
No.
Yeah, it was an issue. We'll tell you what the issue was. But Kimmy brings up a good point. If people were this upset, maybe the Ring camera isn't, it's weird what we're just talking about, there to protect you. Maybe it's there for something else. And we'll get to it just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. This story comes to us from Geneva. An 18-year-old man has been arrested after an incident with his former employer. The teen worked at Walmart out that way.
Oh, okay.
And we don't know why he lost his job. However, authorities say when he was fired from the gig, the 18-year-old threatened to place explosive devices throughout the Walmart. Police had to come in,
his salary.
Police had to come in, make sure the building was secure. It was, thank goodness. It was just a threat. It doesn't seem like he was going to follow through. And then they went and confronted the teenager with the allegations. Authorities say he admitted to making the threats. He was arrested without incident, taken into the Ontario County Jail. So, obviously, this is a scary story.
Oh, yeah.
And we all have those people at our jobs we think could be capable of something like this.
Yes, we do.
In fact, me saying that out loud, everybody that can hear us is thinking about that person right now. But unfortunately, Tommy, these stories now happen. A guy making threats at a job he was fired from is not all that surprising anymore. What might be the most surprising part of this story, an 18-year-old kid cared enough about his job at Walmart to allegedly make those threats in the first place.
Yeah.
Right.
Here's what I want to do.
Right.
All right. I want everyone that can hear us to think back to the job they had at 18, 19, 20, 21, whether it was full-time, part-time, whatever.
Yeah.
If one day you walked into that job and they fired you right to your face, what would have been your first reaction? Would it have been anger, frustration, fear? Would it have been joy, excitement that you never had to go back there again?
Yeah.
Because, sure, eventually it would sink in, Tommy, that you needed to find another job.
Yeah.
But almost every job that every person had at 18, 19, 20 sucked.
Oh, yeah.
Like, outside of being a first-round NBA draft pick, they don't hire 18-year-olds to do fun, fulfilling, challenging stuff.
Yeah, it's grunt.
There is not a job I had until this job where if I had been fired, it would have made me sad, let alone upset enough to threaten to blow the place up.
Yeah, I'm thinking there would have been some relief combined with, well, I'm too good for this job anyways, even though I got fired.
Well,
and you also kind of know, I'm wondering how many people have had that conversation, like full well knowing they don't even know the extent of things I did here that I shouldn't have been doing.
Been there, yeah.
So yeah, you can fire me for that. That's fine. I'm going to leave now.
Because, here's the thing, Tommy. If the allegations in this story are true, and this kid did threaten to place explosives around the Walmart he was fired from, the kid should obviously face severe punishment.
Sure.
But at the same time, the story kind of shows you can't complain that this kid didn't want to work, right?
True.
I mean, he wanted to work so badly, he's in jail right now, if the allegations are true. And with this job, age isn't even really a factor as to why this job may not have been fun. Because most people, fact is, don't grow up wanting to work at Walmart.
No.
We can
It's
assume,
a job.
Yeah. And we can assume this 18-year-old kid probably wasn't in some management position. He probably had a job that paid him low and he had crappy responsibilities. And there are grown-ass people who also have those jobs, and there's no shame in having that job. But at the same time, the reason those people stay in those jobs is because they have massive responsibilities.
Yeah.
Right? Rent, mortgage, kids, family.
Yeah.
They need that gig. And life would get super complicated if they missed a single paycheck. I think this story, Tommy, is a reminder.
What's that?
That the best part about being 18, 19, 20 years old, that wasn't something that was top of mind when you lost your job.
Right.
Because even if this kid lives on his own, which based on the numbers we've seen nationally is likely at 18, he can just go find another job.
Yeah, for the same pay.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, he would not have a hard time finding employment.
Exactly.
But I have seen people, like even when I worked in the grocery business and I was doing like overnight stock crews and stuff like that, some guys just didn't like to lose. And they didn't like the embarrassment of getting fired.
Okay.
I get
like,
that.
Even though
it's
the
an
job,
ego thing.
It's middle of the night. It's miserably hot unloading these trucks. You're just putting cans on a shelf. Not really challenging work. But I remember this one kid got fired. And it was like in the middle of the night. They caught him stealing or something, and which is funny.
Well, funny for him.
It wasn't even close to what I was doing. He said he did something to the apple juice on the jars.
Yeah.
And we had to pull them all off the shelf and drain them.
Okay.
And it was just like that was like his parting shot.
Yeah.
And he's just a kid making probably, God, back then I don't even know what we made an hour, $2 an hour.
Okay.
But like I think it was the public humiliation of getting fired.
That he felt like he had to have the last laugh.
Ego.
Yeah, I guess when you put it like that,
you know what I mean?
I get where you're coming.
Because now don't forget if I got fired from that gig, I would have to explain it to my parents, my family, what happened. I know it. You know what I mean? It'd be like all that collateral damage that happens when you get canned, even at that age.
Yeah, and I guess at that age, you can't see the forest for the trees, right? You don't know what you're going to look back on 30, 40, 50 years from now, right? Because, again, we have this conversation as grown adults who look back on the lives that we lived and we didn't know how good we had, right? We didn't know, as you were stressed about paying the few bills that you had to pay at 18, 19, 20, right? Like
I always said, you'll look back and remember just how free your broke ass was.
Bro, that is the truest statement you have ever said.
Because you thought you were locked in, and you weren't. But you couldn't see it at the time.
No, you're totally right, man.
Like youth is so my father used to say youth is wasted on the young, and now I really get it. I didn't get it then.
Turns out Mike Muley was right the whole time.
There's a few things
about everything.
The stupidest dad has a couple of walnuts of wisdom fall out of his mouth over a period of like 75 years.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about this 18-year-old kid. Police say he was fired from his job at Walmart in Geneva. After he was fired, and we don't know why he was fired, police say that he told the store that he had placed explosives throughout the store. They went, they checked it out. There were no explosives. It was just a threat. But when they went and saw the kid, police say he admitted to making those threats. He has been arrested. He is in the Ontario County Jail right now. And again, it's surprising that an 18-year-old kid would care that much about a job at Walmart that he would react that way after being fired.
It could also make a difference who is doing the firing. Because if that's somebody that you respected maybe the whole time you've been working there, or it's just somebody you liked, it's going to hit different than somebody that you just hated the whole time.
Oh, I feel it's the opposite way. If I get fired by someone I like, I can in my head justify why they had to do that because I still want to like the guy.
No, that's my point.
Oh, I get what you're saying.
That's what's going to dictate your reaction.
So if the guy's a dick or the girl's a dick,
you're almost looking for a confrontation.
Okay, I get what you're saying. I don't know. Like I know you folks are out there, and for, as poor employees as we were, the fact that neither of us have ever been fired from a job is strange.
Yeah, but I've seen a million firings, man, and they never go really well.
And I think the time you're most likely to be fired is between 18 and 23.
Oh yeah, that's the high fire. That's when you're in the firing range.
Like to you folks listening that were fired from jobs between the age of 18 and 23 years old. In that moment, what was your first reaction? Was it anger? Was it frustration? Did you want to lash out, or did you realize at the time, like, wait a minute, I don't need this. I don't need this.
Right.
Because even Kimmy's right. Like those jobs that you were fired from, or they yelled at you while you were on the job. You were too good for those jobs. We were all too good for those jobs. Even the people doing them now as adults are too good for those jobs.
Put it this way, you didn't see yourself there forever.
Yes.
Those part-time jobs, like you just knew based on the average age of the people you worked with, you didn't want to be the person that stayed there forever. Put it that way.
252-WCMF. Let's talk to Johnny. Hey, Johnny, how are you, buddy?
What's going on? So I got to agree with Tommy on this. I mean, at that age, I had a pride in everything I did. It's the same thing I instill on my kids. Whether you like your job or not, do it 100% and have pride in what you do until you get on to the next job. And I think in the heat of that moment, if I was getting fired, I probably would lose my crap too. because of that pride, that self-pride that, hey, I want to leave on my terms, not your terms.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
No, I understand where you're coming from there. I'll ask you this, Johnny. What did you do? What was your job when you were 18, 19, 20 years old?
I can go back to...
Whoa, Johnny, you curse like that? Maybe that's why you kept getting fired so much. Jeez, Johnny.
I sailed ship.
Gotcha. Thank you.
It was Chase Pitkin was my first job. I was the answer man at Chase Pitkin.
The
answer man. I think that's every guy's dream job.
Listen, I never had the right answer, but it was cool to stand up there.
Understood. Now, Johnny, I'll ask you this. And by the way, any answer you give me, I'm not going to judge you for, because we were all 18 to 23 at one point. So, Johnny, you took a lot of pride in what you did there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Were there ever days you blew sick because you just didn't want to go to work?
No.
John, why you lie, John? Why you lie on FCC airwaves, Johnny?
Honestly, it was that. I mean, look, if I took a commitment to do something, I was going to do it. Now, I'm not going to say may not have walked out the door with a pen or a pencil that didn't belong to me or something like that, but when it was that visual of what I was asked to do every single day that everyone else saw, I did what I was supposed to do. Maybe I'm an idiot, but that's just what I did, and that's why there was so much pride in it. Maybe we lack some of that nowadays. I don't know.
Well, Chase Pickett went away, and no pride.
Good point.
They lost their answer man.
Yeah. Johnny, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Take care.
See, he's a way better man than I am.
Oh, me too.
But I guess think of your first job as a kid, though. Maybe it wore off over time, but I think initially you went into it thinking like you wanted to impress people.
Because you don't know what
right?
a job is until you get into it.
Exactly.
Okay, I think
like after time and you realize, this isn't as big of a deal as I thought.
Kimmy, I think what you're describing is like the first high school job you have. Because I don't disagree with you there. You walk in and you want to impress people and you want them to think that you're a hard worker.
You don't want to be bad at the job.
Yes, because I had that feeling when I was getting my first jobs in high school. But when I was done with high school and I was working, like, you know what a job is versus a career. And like the best part about being 18 to 23 is not having the burden and stress of work. We thought we did.
Right.
But like at that age, you can blow sick if you don't feel like going in, and there aren't really many consequences. If you get in a stupid fight with your boss, if you want to, you can quit and go to another job that pays the same within the next 2 weeks.
Nobody's counting on you.
Exactly. That's it. Yeah. You nailed it. When you are 18 to 23 years old, no one is counting on you. And if someone is counting on you to do something, that guy's a dick anyway.
Yeah. I can remember the first time like an adult showed me how to slack off, like because I remember I forget what I was doing. I was working in the produce department, right? And I'm like running around, and I remember this fat like produce manager. He was like the manager of the department. He goes, "What are you doing?" He goes, "You're gonna be here 8 hours. Slow down." He goes, "You get paid by the hour. Don't kill yourself. Pace yourself. You got to be here all day."
Maybe if we had more of that today, we wouldn't be in the situation.
Pace yourself. The lemons will get on the table.
I do miss those days. It sucked, but I miss those days.
Oh, yeah. For sure.
Well, it's funny, though, right? Like, you have in your head the job that you do now and the responsibilities that you do now, and you're imagining if you were able to have your job with the same mentality of
with the experiences you've gathered over the years.
Well, no, I'm saying, like, if I could have the responsibilities of 18 and 23 with the career that I have now, that would be awesome.
Yeah.
Right? But you can't have it all, right? It's either the job sucks and it doesn't matter in the long run, or the job matters and it means everything to you, right? You can't get that special combination of I love my job and I have no responsibility.
That's a bachelor. That's like a confirmed bachelor for his entire life.
Yeah, that wouldn't be fun. Let's take a break.
All right.
If you're an owner of a Ring doorbell cam, you have one, right?
No, I got the old camera.
Oh, you got the busted?
Yeah.
You need to borrow money?
Yeah, probably.
Similar idea, though.
Yeah, no, but he couldn't go. He couldn't spring for Mr. I'm fancy Pittsford. I don't like going low end. I don't shop at Aldi's. Got the busted knockoff. He got the Zing cam.
I was going to say, he has a camera system.
If you're an owner of a Ring cam, yesterday may have been frustrating for you.
What happened?
Well, we'll tell you what happened nationally with Ring doorbells. But Kimmy makes a good point here.
What's up?
The odds that you were going to be a victim of a crime, which is what Ring doorbells are sold for, right, mostly, were small when this happened. And if people were flipping out this much, maybe they don't have them to stop crime.
Oh.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Kimmy's theory.
What happened?
After the way people reacted yesterday, maybe these aren't about safety.
Yeah.
Maybe you're keeping an eye on something else.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 8 o'clock. It's Wednesday. You know what that means?
We'll get a little hate on.
A man who says that Rochester, our community, being a hotbed for swingers, is for one reason and one reason only.
Oh, he's got a theory, huh?
Oh, yeah. It has to do with the women of Rochester and how you ladies love lying down.
Blame it on the ladies.
We'll get into it just after 8 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. So if you are the owner of a Ring doorbell, yesterday may have been a very frustrating day.
What happened?
Well, Ring, who's owned by Amazon, had a multiple system outage.
Jesus. Everything's got a glitch.
Throughout the day. So they were investigating issues with multiple Ring systems that had problems with their live view, recording, timeline, event history.
Yeah.
There were some people that just couldn't access the camera to their Ring cameras at all. If you are someone that owns one and are still having problems, Amazon says that they are working and everything should be up again at some point today.
Okay.
Okay, so that being said, people were flipping out about this.
right.
And I get that you pay for it. There's a subscription fee, so maybe you're frustrated you're paying for something you can't use. But, Tommy, the argument to get a Ring camera, and you see it on the commercials all the time,
Yeah.
protect yourself from crime.
Porch pirate.
That's right. The odds that you're going to be hit with a crime in the hours that the Ring camera aren't there, pretty low.
Yeah.
Which leads Kimmy to a different theory.
What's that?
I think you really noticed that this was down because most of the time you're just checking in on what's going on at home.
Yeah.
So you're seeing what your spouse is up to. You're seeing what your kids are up to. You're seeing if that package showed up on time. Like, I don't know if you're using it on a daily basis for the purpose of seeing, if there's, somebody suspicious lurking around your house, or just seeing what everybody's schedule is like throughout the day.
Keeping tabs on everybody.
Kinda, yeah.
And with those Ring cameras, too, I mean, you can keep tabs on what your neighbors are doing. Who's driving up and down the street?
You're right.
Did it rain?
Yeah.
Did it rain?
No, he's not
So,
kidding.
I do. I'll see if it rained over by the house. Like, I know if it's raining here, I want to see if it's raining at home.
Okay, stop.
Oh, it's pouring in the backyard.
Yeah.
Right now. Oh, look, the fox is back.
Yes.
If it's raining here, you'll get on your camera to see if it's raining at your house.
Yeah, because sometimes it is, sometimes it ain't.
Question. Thank you. That's how rain works, you idiot.
The man in the back of the room.
Yes.
Raise his hand.
What does it matter if it's raining at your house?
It doesn't matter,
doesn't.
but it's the fact that you could just
Do
peek
it.
in at any time.
So I want to know if the dog's outside, dog's inside. So the first thing I do in the morning is I check my cameras just to make sure they're working.
Why?
Because I want to see if they're out or not. Because I had chipmunks shoot through the wire.
What, you had criminal chipmunks taking you
Bro,
down?
it cost me a lot of money. I had to go get the guy to come in and do the whole rewire. So I always make sure they're on.
Okay.
And then I always check on them in here.
Okay.
And then I think at night before I go to bed, I want to see if the lights are all on the back. I don't want to get out of bed.
Okay.
Because I got lights on and timers in the back. I want to make sure they're on.
You have timer lights in your backyard.
Yeah, I like
course he
landscaping
Are
lights.
you kidding me?
You've
man?
seen
that
them.
makes sense.
I didn't know they were on timers.
Well, how do you think they come on?
You flip a switch like normal human beings?
That's how poor people turn on their lights.
Bro, no, I thought timers were illegal now. Don't they like short circuit and catch fire?
Oh,
I'll let you know. I'll see if it does. I'll know on my camera.
Did you not watch that special report on 2020 in 1993?
No, I did not. So yes, so I definitely look at them 3 times a day.
My favorite line of today's show this far
Yeah.
is sometimes it's raining and sometimes it's not. Thank you, Tommy.
But you know how the rain be.
Yes, I understand how the rain be. I just don't get why when you are here, how any of those things that you described affects your day in any
It
way.
doesn't, but when you don't have it,
Yeah.
it's a weird feeling. Like, I don't know what's going on in my front yard right now.
Like if I have somebody doing work at the house, they're great. I want to see if did they show up.
You was checking up on the guy doing work.
Yeah, so like I had Isaac put in a new AC unit, right?
Okay.
I wouldn't know when he got there.
Okay.
If the guy said he's coming at 9.
I love how the most slack dick, like as just recorded in
Yeah.
the break room a second ago, wants to ensure that no one's slacking off on his
Hey,
dime.
you know what an AC costs? More than I made my first job.
Do you know what we found out the other day that you stole $30,000 in today's money worth of razor blades in a year? And you're going to sit here and go, you know what an AC costs? Less than your razor blades. I know that. I mean, maybe I'm the weird one here. 252 WCMF. We have those Google cams, like the doorbell cam.
Yeah.
Same thing,
Same
right,
thing,
yeah.
yeah.
I've never looked at them
No?
outside of checking who's at the front door to see if it's my kids or somebody else.
Which is weird
Well,
because,
you're-
like, I'm sorry.
I was going to say you're really going to be checking in on those when your kids start driving.
No, you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
I'm really surprised though, because like you never obviously I never had to want for anything as a kid. So.
Well, yeah. Sometimes you'd want, sometimes you wouldn't. It's how wanting works.
But like you've never had stuff.
Yeah.
And now you do. I'm trying to give you, like, you came up in a world.
Shut up.
I would think you'd be more paranoid about your stuff because now you have stuff. Like, I've always been used to just having a house full of, like, luxury. And now you finally get a little luxury. I would be paranoid and worried about it. You're the exact, like, you're like a nonchalant rich kid. If it gets, I'll just go buy another one. I don't
feel
care.
safe. I feel safe in the world. I'm not scared.
I don't think it has anything to do with safety. I think it's just curiosity and checking in on things.
And here's the thing. Even in your description.
And you're a worrywart on top of that.
It's my front step. If a war ends up on my front step, like if there's two countries fighting each other, yeah, I'll take a look at my camera.
No, but let's say you're getting some expensive package that you really want. You want to make sure it's there? If you tell you it's there, you're not going to look and see?
I've never done that. I'll get the email. I've never looked to see if it's there.
I do that all the If I get the thing from Amazon, the first thing I do is see if it's on the porch.
Bro, I'll go even further. I'm pissed because my wife made me turn on the push notifications to show when someone shows up on the camera, right? Because, just in case the kids or whatever.
Right.
Every time my wife walks in and out of the front door, they go off. It drives me nuts. I got my Apple Watch. I don't want it. I hate it. I wish we'd never got the cameras to begin with.
I love them.
What if your wife's out there and your daughters are out there, they're talking crap on you? You're not going to stop and listen?
I guess I would. I haven't thought about that. Maybe. Why would they walk right to the front step to talk crap about me? Come on, let's go to the crap step.
They want you to hear it.
The crap step.
252 WCMF. Yesterday, a massive outage with Ring doorbells nationwide. The Amazon-owned company says they're working on restoring everybody's services, but for the whole day. Like, there were people that didn't have the live cameras or the stuff you can recap and go look. And Kimmy's right. This isn't about safety because the odds that something illegal would happen very small in that period of time. This is about just being nosy.
Mm-hmm.
You make me sad a lot, Tommy. Just telling you how I feel. Just with your general existence. But what you just said about how you use your cameras,
see if it's raining.
It just made me depressed.
Why?
That's your life,
This is what old people do.
God, I don't want to get old.
Could you imagine if he had access to the work cameras? Because we don't have windows in here. He would be checking that thing all morning.
Oh, yeah. Out there?
Yeah.
Oh,
if you could just peek out every now and then to see what's going on outside.
But why?
I'm a curious cat, man.
But there's no reason to be curious because you wouldn't do anything if something was going on anyway.
No, but I still want to know.
And he'd tell us all about it.
Knowledge is power, baby.
How would you know? All right, let's take a break. This story is surprising.
Oh.
But then again, Tommy, the one we talked about 2 weeks ago, with the people that we've met in our past.
Yeah.
It's also not surprising because you and I have known a lot of these people that live this lifestyle.
Oh, yeah.
Yet to find out that our region has some of the most in the country, I guess is a little bit shocking.
But this guy figured it out?
Well, that's just it. We were kicking around ideas as to why people in this area live this alternative lifestyle more than other places. And this man says he's got it.
Okay.
All you women of Rochester, you're the reason. If you'd keep your mouth shut,
buckle up,
and your legs closed. We'll get into it next. Hate Mail of the Week here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. You want to talk about a take that comes out of left field?
What's that?
Well, we discovered 2 weeks ago that our area is one of the leaders in this alternative lifestyle. And this information makes sense with other things that we found along the way.
Yeah.
But when we learned of this, we couldn't figure out why we were so keen to participate in this. One man has a theory.
All right.
And it might be downplaying half of the relationship, who would also have to sign off on doing
Well,
this.
yeah.
It's Wednesday, it's 8 o'clock. It's time for Hate Mail of the Week. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. And about 2 weeks ago, we discovered, thanks to a new study, that the state of New York was a top 5 swinger state in America. Right? Couples that are into...
Oh, yeah. Swapping.
You got it.
Swinging.
Thank you.
Diddling.
Weed chopping. Dope transporting. So New York is number 2 in America. And as we discussed this, there was a theory that New York City, because it's so wild down there, would be the reason why we were so high. But it turns out that when it comes to upstate versus downstate, we have a much higher marriage rate per capita than New York does. Further, the 5 states that were around New York suggested it wasn't folks from booming metropoli that were doing this. Pennsylvania was number 1 for swingers, then came us, then Delaware, then Michigan, and New Jersey. So it seems that in the greater Rochester area, based on these numbers, we have more swingers than other places do.
Yeah.
So, Tommy, as we were discussing what about our area, the way we were raised, the stuff that influence could be responsible for this, we talked about cold weather.
Yeah.
Cabin fever could do it. We talked about the history of weird sex communities that have existed in our area for centuries. We talked about how being so tight-knit as a community could make this more common. But none of those theories gave us a definitive answer. A man who is listening thinks he's figured it out.
Okay.
The only problem with this theory, Tommy,
Yeah.
is it kind of leaves out one half of the equation. Kimmy will be reading today's letter, even though this letter came from a gentleman.
All right.
Actual physical letters sent through the mail telling us we suck. Sit back and enjoy today's Hate Mail of the Week.
I know why there are so many swingers in Rochester. It's because all of the women are easy. Spend time in Rochester and then spend time in any other city in America, and you'll see what I mean. It's easy to go out and go home with someone. There are so many women who cheat on their husbands, and swinging is just cheating together. The sexually charged, promiscuous, wild women of our city believe that one man isn't enough, and men who want to stay married are forced to go along with it. You see it in bars. It's like Girls Gone Wild every night. I have a friend who's a cop who tells me he busts women having sex in their cars outside of bars on a nightly basis.
That is the line, maybe, of every Hate Mail of the Week we've ever done.
And now this has become an accepted lifestyle. Women are telling their husbands that this is something they want to do without shame. If someone wants to live this way, it's a free country. But for one half of a relationship to hold the other hostage with this demand is wrong, and it's gross. If you were to take the women out of the equation, there would be no swinging. Sincerely, Dennis.
So you can't argue with the last sentence,
Yeah,
right?
if you take the women out of the equation, it would make that difficult.
Yeah,
Wouldn't
there
it?
would be that. That's what we were.
Or you'd have different swinging.
There you go. There you go. All right, Tommy.
Yeah.
Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Do we have more swingers in our area because the women of Rochester are super easy?
No, of course not.
You going to say no on that? All right, well, look, you're not a woman. I'll turn to Kimmy.
Yeah.
Kimmy, do we have more swingers in Rochester because women of Rochester are super easy?
I don't think there's any data to back that up, so I'm going to say no.
I just heard it in the break room from Dennis's letter.
Yeah. Swinging in Dennis. Anti-swinger.
Tommy, we've been all over this great country, right? Now, I don't know about you, but I can safely say this is not the easiest place in America to get laid.
Oh, I can tell you where the easiest women are, and it ain't even close to New York.
Do I want to know?
You know where it is.
No, you tell me.
FLA, baby.
Yeah, that's a good call. Yeah.
Florida's got the easiest bar flies on the planet.
You sounded just as bad as
I know,
this
you
guy.
did.
But you know,
Are you sending a letter to Florida?
I've seen.
All right, going back to the letter. This guy's take goes against something you and I have actually seen with our own eyes. Well, first off, he says that swinging has blown up now because it's more socially acceptable. But, Tommy, you knew people that were swinging the moment that you moved here in 93.
Right, but I knew swingers back when I was a kid in Florida.
Well, but I heard Florida women are easy, so that makes sense.
Yes, I knew, knew groups, it was like an organization. Like they got together. Like on a night at hotels and did this stuff.
So in that way, locally, this is not a new
No,
phenomenon.
this has been around forever.
Okay, and we've also seen from couples we've met that do this for a living, that are into that are into the lifestyle. Yes, that guys tend to be the ones that bring up the idea first.
They take the lead.
Yes. Right? And if we're wrong, phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We have had conversations on the air with couples who have done this over the years, and consistently, at least anecdotally, the husbands were the one who first broached the topic. So that kind of blows the logic of this guy out of the water. Why is this guy using this study on swingers to take shots at the women of the greater Rochester area?
Sounds like maybe it's possible he had a relationship that went bad at some point because maybe she wanted to try something he didn't.
Okay.
I could see that, sparking this much passion in a letter.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. And look, which sucks. Like if you had a woman that cheated on you that you loved, right? It hurts. We've all been there.
Yeah.
But there are two ways to handle that.
Well, but I think especially men who get cheated on, it's all women in general.
No, you're right.
You know what I mean? They go to the extreme. It's like it's not me, it's not this woman, it's all women out there, they all suck.
It's the Women Haters Club.
Yeah, He-Man Woman Haters Club. Thank you a lot, Alfalfa. I just find it weird, right? Like,
what's that?
I mean, you can realize that you got dealt a bad hand, or you can do what Kimmy said and decide every woman in the world is a problem instead of what happened in your relationship, right? It's not. If this guy was born and raised here, it would make sense that he had an easier time getting laid because you know more people.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Bigger circle. Yeah.
Like you're not going to take a week-long trip to Denver, go out and try and meet people and have the same luck you did because you just kind of have relationships here already. That being said, it's hard to believe, going back to what we were talking about before, that, men were the ones that initiated as far as we knew, and this guy arguing that it's the women who want to bang all these dudes in Rochester, and that's why swinging is going, these guys are going along with it. It's hard to believe, Tommy, that a guy who was not interested in the swinging lifestyle would tag along with his wife if she wanted to do it.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Is that a fair statement?
Yeah.
Like, if I could see...
I'll hold your purse, honey.
Like, I don't know what this says about sexuality and relationships or anything in America, right? But I could see a woman who wasn't keen on trying this going along with it to make their husband happy.
That's my theory about all of it, to tell you the truth. The majority of it, I think, is that this is how it starts. I don't think most women would look at swinging from not knowing that much about it and thinking, yeah, that's for me.
Okay. Well, I think just having two people on the exact same page when it comes to entering this kind of thing.
Willingly.
Willingly, like where it's both of their ideas at the same time. Like I think you're always going to have one partner who's more interested in it than the other.
Yeah, one's going to be apprehensive.
Okay, no, what Kimmy said is a fair statement when she says one partner would be. You saying that the majority of women don't want to do it makes you sound like opposite Dennis.
But I think, yes.
When nobody wants to be opposite Dennis, nobody wants to be regular Dennis. Stay out of being Dennis in general.
I would think most women would find swinging gross.
Why?
I don't think what would be appealing for her.
The sexual excitement
of having a pile of dudes on you, one after another, like you're a pincushion.
Okay, it's not an orgy.
Well, it can be. You don't know that.
Wait, question.
There are orgy rooms and there are single rooms.
You think she would be so satisfied with her partner that she is not interested in any other man ever?
I'm not saying that.
Well, but your
she would
point
get to
is,
pick
though,
and choose. Like, so let's say you're going to give.
You're
swinging,
saying she'd be pickier?
Well, because she could pick and choose what she wants to do. But if you go into a room with swingers, right?
Yeah.
You kind of move around the room.
Okay.
Like you pick and choose.
How do you know?
You need to stop. No,
because I've met swingers.
Okay, I'm asking. Like, what is your experience?
You're being condescending.
No, here's what he's doing.
Got a swinging room.
You are.
Because you're painting a picture, and I don't know if that's everybody's experience swinging.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. From the people I know that do this, there are two very different ways. Talking about this hate mail of the week, we discovered that the state of New York is second in America for the most swingers per capita. And this guy writes us a letter when we couldn't figure out why, saying it's the easy women in Rochester just wanting to bang all these dudes.
And I disagree, ladies.
I'm with you, but then you start saying stupid stuff yourself. There are swingers who go to these parties that you're describing, right? Where there's an orgy room.
Yes.
Okay, that you were. And then there are couples. The majority of swingers, as far as I know, you're not even listening. I know how you operate. You're just waiting to talk. The majority of swingers meet other couples and do things just one-on-one.
In front of each other.
Two-on-two, yes. But like
You're painting like a big room full of swingers.
Yes,
like a swinger convention.
in your head.
But if you go to these hotels, there are large groups of people, and then you get to move around.
But do you think
if you're into that, in your head, every swinger walks into a room full of dongs and muffs and is like, all right, where's this one go?
Here's what I think about swinging.
Okay.
He wasn't listening.
Yes, I know.
No, you were.
Because you think it's like this controlled atmosphere of just like two couples and martinis, and we're going to put on Beyonce, and we're going to have some fun tonight.
Well, for the people that I've talked to, the majority of them, yes, that's how it was for them.
Okay, because you and I know a couple of the same people, and they went to the places I'm describing.
Okay, but those are also not, I don't think that couple is the typical couple.
I thought they were because they seemed to be around a large group of swingers.
They were also the first ones you met, so it's stuck in your head.
But I also met the other ones.
Okay.
Who you also know.
Yeah, what about them?
I look at the swinging probably like you walk in, it's like a cheese board. There's hold on. There's different colored cheeses.
Okay.
Okay. There's different like consistencies, and some are hard and some are soft. But here's what it has in common: the entire board stinks. And you might like some of that cheese. You might like that maybe a little cheese over here.
Okay.
Maybe you like the little topping on your cheese. You like a warm cheese or a cold cheese? But it's still cheese, baby.
Like, it amazes me, and I don't know why, Kimmy, it surprises me, right?
Yeah.
Like, we start this break, right, and he's got great things to say and a legitimate opinion, and then all of a sudden his real brain kicks in. You're all doing orgies with cheese on top of the orgy. 252-WCMF. Let's talk to Nancy. Hey, Nancy. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. What do you got for us?
Well, I'm not a swinger, but I was thinking about it because in past relationships, if a guy said to me, you want to go swinging, I might have said yes, but in my marriage, no.
Okay, so what do you mean by that? Like, if you weren't as committed, you'd be open to it, but because you're committed with a ring and paperwork, that's what keeps you from doing it?
No, my husband's better at sex than the other guys. So
okay.
No, that's great.
Experimented.
That's great. Okay, I understand what you're saying. All right, but that being said, Nancy, and I'm not trying to encourage you to get into swinging. You say your husband's better at sex than the rest of the guys. How do you know one of them cheeses ain't better at sex than your husband is?
I don't want to take any chances.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
That's fair.
All right, Nancy, let me ask you a question. How long you been with your husband for?
8 years.
8 years. Okay, married 8 years. Let's say your husband comes home tomorrow, and your husband loves you, and he thinks you're beautiful, obviously, right? You're together, you're nailing it. Nancy, I'm so happy for your relationship. But your husband comes to you, and he's like, Nancy, listen, maybe we should spice it up a little bit. Maybe that we should go out together and just see where this goes. Would you, if he brought it up first, be interested in doing something like that?
No.
Okay.
He's out.
Would that cause a rift in your relationship if he even brought it up?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
No, I don't think it would, but no, probably not.
Okay, that's a yes, Tommy.
Yeah,
That's an
probably.
absolute yes.
No, it is not a yes.
Nancy, that's a yes, Nancy.
Ooh, nibbling on Nancy.
We've joked about swinging.
Okay, he wasn't joking. Maybe you were joking. He was fishing.
No, now you're gonna ruin. Now he's gonna get yelled at because of you. The poor guy.
Hey, she called us. I'm just saying.
I'm just trying to ruin her marriage. She called us.
I know. I was the one joking about swinging.
Oh, so you want to swing? All right, Nancy.
No, I don't want to swing.
Well, they say there's truth in every joke, Nancy. The two comedians would know.
Mm-hmm.
Nancy, thank you for the call. Good luck with your future swinging endeavors.
Yeah.
Okay, bye.
Bye. There goes Nancy.
I wonder if just got me thinking with Nancy's call. Like, does your interest in it also change based on age? Not so much gender, but age.
What do you mean by that?
Like, I'm thinking like when you're younger and even married, whatever committed relationship you're in, like maybe you're more open to it because you feel better about yourself.
Okay.
Like you're probably going to do that with other younger people. Whereas I don't know if it becomes more difficult over time. You're not feeling as confident in yourself.
But I'm wondering, like, in some of these 50-plus communities, this doesn't go on.
Well, to your point.
I mean, they have free time. They got disposable income. They're out partying and drinking like that place, the Villages in Florida.
Yeah. Oh.
I wonder if there's a subculture down there that has this.
Well, look, we know that STDs...
Ripples and wrinkles, baby.
We know that STDs have become
way
more prominent in
the 50-plus.
Yeah, 50-plus communities. So I guess that's not out of the question, right? And you're right. I mean, a place like that, it's
It ain't your
relaxed.
daddy's poker night.
But your dad would have been into this. Had it been... So, like, it's funny how you're like, these days, like, I would have thought 30, 40 years ago in the community.
And it probably did.
That's what I mean.
You know what I mean? I didn't know about it, but I'm sure it did.
Let me ask you a question.
What's that?
Do you look at couples who are part of this swinging lifestyle as skanky?
Yeah.
What?
But
Really?
I don't hold that. I don't hold it against them.
You can't say that person is skanky. I don't judge them for it.
I don't. I think it's skanky, but I don't. I would not hang out.
I'm
with
open-minded, but I do think it's
like
skanky.
I know. Listen, man, I've been friends with a-holes that were drug addicts and cheated on their wives and not good people, but they were still my friends.
Time out.
I don't know where we're going with this.
I like to think I'm open-minded enough to be friends with a skank.
No, here's what it is. He sees people that swing as the same as people that were drug addicts and people that cheated on their wives and got DWIs. And don't tell me you didn't,
All
because
right.
you wouldn't have made that
They're
sentence.
all in the same stadium, but some have better seats than others.
No, it's not.
This is a mutual agreement,
I agree.
Organized thing.
Skank.
No.
It's a skankorama.
Skankorama.
No, but if you told me like somebody did this, yeah, it's pretty skanky, but I would still be nice to them.
Wow. What a saint.
Jeez.
I kind of am, really, thinking about it.
And what Tommy is saying here,
Patron saint of skanks.
even a guy, no, that was your mom, even a guy who has known these people for years, were friends with people that were in this lifestyle, a guy who is arguing for being able to do this freely, has that opinion. And this is why it has such a weird aura of mystery, because folks who do this feel like they have to hide it, despite the fact, like Kimmy said, that's 4 consenting adults participating in something that is not hurting anybody.
No, you're absolutely right.
If it were to get out, it would change their lives.
Yeah.
It would affect their kids' lives. If other parents found out about it, if you have kids, it would affect your work life. If their coworkers or bosses found out about it, it would change almost every aspect of their life. And the reason is people like Tommy go, well, you guys skanky. You're like a crack addict, but with butt.
Well, there's crack going on, and you perving on that crank.
Hey, look, pervert on that crank. Personally, this is something I would never want to do.
I know.
But there are also people who never want to get married.
Yeah.
Should they look at us differently because we chose to tie the knot?
No. But they can.
You guys don't have kids.
Yeah.
I don't look at you differently because you made that decision.
Oh, my God. You two can't participate in this conversation because you've never had children.
There's a
So
difference.
I'm going to talk to the audience right now of birthers.
Shut up over there, dog dad.
There's a difference between there's a difference between not listening to you give me your opinion on how to raise children and thinking you're
You do it to Kimmy too?
I don't think you're bad people for not raising kids. I don't think
You think you think less of us?
No, I don't. I do not think less
You
of
think
you.
our lives are less relevant?
Do not. I think your life is just as relevant
You think
as
we
mine.
should be rounded up?
Well, no, you personally, but not for the kid thing. No, I'm saying I don't want to hear your stupid opinion on how I should raise my daughter when you just like, hey, let him have everything. You're dumb. She's smart. But your choice in life that doesn't affect anybody else does not make me think any less of you as a human being. You're the same person to me.
Oh, well, thank you so much.
Says Mr. Skanks.
I've also never been surprised by people I found out were swingers.
It never shocked you?
No, like it was all on brand. Like, oh
Well,
yeah,
that's kind of
I
you're
could see
kind of
that.
acting like me.
No, just because I know that the way they live
keep
their
talking.
lives and stuff, they're very open, free people.
Oh,
you know what
they live skanky, is what you're saying.
No.
I think you talked a little too long.
I wasn't. No,
Wait, she's on your side, you idiot.
But she was also.
No, I wasn't.
She was taking that high road.
I wasn't judging. I'm saying when they told us, I wasn't surprised.
That's judging. Because you
Why?
looked at them and you go, "This has surprised me based upon." So
Their
you looked at
past?
them, you judged them.
He's kind of right.
And then you said, "Oh, that kind of makes sense."
He's kind of right.
That is
Wouldn't it be
judging.
judging them more if I didn't think that they did it? And I was like, wow, I cannot believe that they're into that.
She's also kind of right.
Yeah.
We're both. Everybody's right.
Everybody's good.
Everybody wins.
Hey, you go do your own skanky thing.
What if I told you
What?
I have a way for you to retire in your mid-40s to mid-50s?
Oh, let me hear about that.
Well,
Too late.
You're going to die, so it doesn't matter. But everyone else listening,
15 years ago.
there is a new way for you to get this done, and people are living their lives this way.
So this is like get rich or just like never. Wait, so you're saying I wouldn't have to work?
You, at 45 to 55, you're done. You do whatever you want. It's over.
That's impossible.
Oh, yeah? Well, you ain't doing fire, baby.
What do you mean fire?
You're not familiar with fire?
I'm familiar with fire.
Not that fire, this fire.
What's fire?
We're going to fire it up. We're going to do it next here at the break room on CMF. Gee. What if I told you, Tommy,
What's that?
you could retire way young and be financially independent?
All right, so you're too late, but I'm still listening.
Yeah, no, you're going to die soon. But for folks listening,
Yeah, all right.
there is a way to do just that if you follow this new idea.
Let's do it. You guys should get on it.
You get all you want when you hit a certain age. And all you have to do is kind of sacrifice everything else in the meantime.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. You know, before we get to that, there's another way you can retire early.
How's that?
Well, you could win your share of $100,000.
$100,000.
By downloading the free Odyssey app. You log in, you listen to CMF on the app for 1 hour each weekday. That is your entry, your daily entry, for your chance at your share of $100,000 in this national contest. Good luck from your friends here in the break room on CMF. So, Tommy, you know, today retirement isn't so much a guarantee as it is a hope.
Right.
And there are plenty of people who know they'll never be able to retire.
It's a rich man's game.
You got it. Well, I have some exciting news. What if you can not only retire, but do it when you're young, with plenty of money to do whatever you want?
And you can enjoy your life.
Let me introduce you
What's that?
to the FIRE method.
What's the fire?
Story on Spectrum last night details how you can have the FIRE lifestyle. And FIRE stands for Financially Independent Retire Early. FIRE.
Oh, I get it.
So with this system, you'll be done working between your mid-40s and your mid-50s. And here's how you do it.
Pretty solid.
Well, yeah, Kimmy, 45, you're done. Yeah. The goal is to save 70% of your annual income.
Okay, starting when?
Now.
No, but like,
Yeah, you probably are too late.
how do I get, if I want to retire at 50, when would I have to implement my only living off the 30% of my income?
Doesn't say.
Okay.
Doesn't say.
So live like you're poor, even though you're making money.
Oh, not
if
just
you
poor.
can live.
Not just poor. Okay, so
I
let me
mean,
say that again.
po-po.
Let me say that again. You have to save 70% of your annual income.
So, yeah.
All of the money you make in a year, you are only allowed to spend 30%. So if you make $80,000 a year, congrats, you have about 28 grand for rent or a mortgage, your car, your groceries, and everything
It's
else.
impossible.
It's not. Because the story says there are a lot of folks that subscribe to the FIRE method and live on $25,000 a year. Tommy.
It's impossible just to exist.
Okay, listen, Pittsford. There are people that only make $25,000 a year that live on $25,000 a year.
Okay, but let's say you have pretty decent, like you're making 80G.
Yeah, sure.
All right. So you're going to live off of 30G.
Well, 28-ish.
28G.
Yeah.
But you're going to have to live you're going to have to do that job. Like, let's say you're a sales guy.
Okay.
And you're making $80,000.
Sure.
How do you do that with a car, cell phone? You got to have clothes to look the part. How do you do all that?
So go ahead.
Well, and that's not taking into account things that could go wrong in your life that you may need a large chunk of money for, whether it's health issues or something breaks down that you need.
Understood.
You can't.
You know what I mean?
All of these things. Look, people are doing it.
All right.
Like, and I love how you say all these things. There are people that are living exactly what
I
you
know.
described that find a way to do it.
But how long do I have to do it for? Like, do
Until
I do
you
it?
retire.
No, but what's that? Is it a? Do I need to live like that for a decade?
Maybe more than that. So let's say you started doing this at 28 years old,
right?
And you want to retire at 50. That's how long you have to do it for.
How many decades? 2 decades.
This is just
230. That would be 22 years.
So that's a little more than 2 decades. You'd have to live in poverty.
Yes. But the ending would be complete freedom.
All right.
Does this take into account? This is just individually, right? Like, because I guess I could see maybe you could make it work if it's you and a partner doing this at the same time.
All right, so let's talk about that, right? And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263, because this all comes down to living a free life in your 50s, but sacrificing everything until you get to that point, right? So on one hand, you could live a normal American life with some luxuries, a vacation every once in a while, having a meal or two out a month like everyone else does.
Yeah.
Or you sacrifice all of that for 25 years of not having a damn thing to do. Which is the better way to be? Because that's what it comes down to, right? Like, I mean, you say this is stupid, but if you would have lived in abject poverty for 20 years, for the last 15,
right,
you'd have been able to do whatever the hell you wanted.
That's true. But you also sacrifice a big chunk of your life.
You are.
And it's the better, healthier part of your life.
But can't you argue these days, man, with retirement not being a guarantee, that by not doing this, you're sacrificing the most, what's the word I'm looking for? The time of your life is supposed to be the most peaceful.
The golden years.
Yeah.
But are you thinking about that at 25?
No.
Do you really understand
No.
the significance of it, I guess, at 25?
And that's why I asked Tommy, because I get a 25-year-old saying, there's no way I'm going to do this. There's no way I could do this either, right? But to ask a man who has now lived through 9 decades.
And I could have done this because I never had kids.
Yeah. Yeah.
ex-wives are expensive, but not as much as with kids. So technically, I could have done it.
You could have been free and clear for the last 15 years doing whatever
That
the
would
hell
be
you
awesome.
wanted all day, right?
I mean, when you look at it like that, yes, but I mean, I just know I wouldn't have the fortitude and discipline.
Look, you're right.
Because I couldn't drink.
Yeah.
I couldn't, be a jerk and go out. You miss all that. You wouldn't have any memories. That's the one thing you got to think about. You wouldn't have any memories because memories cost money.
That's a great point.
And experiences cost money.
You're right. But you would also have to be a certain type of person, to your point, to live like this. Either
you got to be a tight ass.
Either you have this in you, or you don't have.
You got to
this
be
in
chintz.
You. Yes, and if you don't have this in you, I would say there's no way to train your brain to be that kind of person.
And you'd be miserable for 25 years.
But you'd be free for the rest of your life.
I know, but that's still a long time to be uncomfortable.
You'd also have to have a job where you're making enough to save. You know what I mean? If you're living off of $25,000 a year, that means you're making a minimum of 80. Did you say 80?
Well, no, I just used 80 as a number because they're okay. So
but
they say there are people.
Let's say you're making $50,000 a year. What's 20% of that? You can't live off of that.
Okay, so you would be saving 30%. No, you're right. So it seems that 25,000 is the number they're using.
Yeah.
So it seems like the bottom way to get this done would be making $75,000 a year.
Yeah.
All right. With that being said, 252 WCMF 252-9263. We're talking about the FIRE method. Gives you the opportunity to retire between 45 and 55. All you have to do is live on 30% of your income up until you retire. So 70% of what you make goes to savings. Tommy immediately goes, "Oh, this sucks." And I go, "Well, you'd be free right now." He goes, "Yeah, what? 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Skylar. Hey, Skylar. How are you, brother?
Okay. Is this something that you believe in or you think is a good idea?
No, I don't think it. I mean, no, look, here we go. When you say good idea, sure, I guess it could be a good idea. If you ask me, could I do it? I say absolutely.
It's heavy sacrifice.
No, I didn't ask you if you could do it. I asked you if you think it's a good idea.
I guess if it works, it's a good idea.
Yeah, the idea of being free.
Financially independent.
Yeah, 45, 50 does seem pretty nice, Skyler.
It takes away a lot of headaches.
Okay,
what are you getting
here's what I'm going to tell you. Here's what I'm going to tell you of the knowledge and wisdom I have of my age. I have watched more of my friends die just randomly for no reason at all. One of my buddies. I'm not going to ruin your show, but
I think you already have.
Shut up, stupid. Kimmy likes me, and I came to your damn roast.
What did it cost you? Free to get in.
It costed me a sober drive all the way to Rochester and back from where I live.
No, but Skylar, I get the point that you're making, right? There is no
Life
guarantee.
is short.
Yes, there's no guarantee that you sacrifice for 15 years and all of a sudden you get hit by a bus.
Right, exactly. That's my point. I live every ding-dang day as if it was my last.
Yeah, you don't waste it calling radio shows.
Hey, I'm being polite, dude.
Going to pointless roasts of people that suck.
Every single day I wake up, I have as much fun as I possibly freaking can. And because I don't know if I will be here in the morning.
Well, based on already your friend's death, yeah, you're next.
For God's sakes,
Well,
man.
he's saying they're all dropping like flies
this
around.
morning.
He is on fire, not the good retirement kind.
Hey, all my friends are dead. I don't want to go into that.
They cannot offend me, so whatever. I'm telling you right now, live life for every day. And
Live
that
life
is
for
a bunch
every
of
day.
that's a really dumb thing to do, is sacrifice for 25 years so you get hit by a bus the day. My father died 2 weeks after he retired. And both my parents died of a slow death of cancer, and they both told me, don't work your life away. Enjoy your life.
I mean, I get why you feel that way. You know what they call that, by the way?
What?
Retiring.
What? Okay, whatever.
No, it's
live
true.
your freaking life.
All right, Skyler, thanks for the call,
You
buddy.
live, baby, live.
I love all three of you guys, and I listen religiously, and wherever I go, like, heard you on the radio, man, And that makes me, part of living life right there, you know?
Maybe that's why your friends are dying, because they're straining so hard to yell about hearing you on the radio, Skyler.
Shut up. All right, have a good day.
Skyler, take care, buddy.
I never had a guy try to cheer me up and made me feel worse. And my friends are dead.
He does bring up a good point, though.
The
There's no
parents are gone.
guarantees.
What? I'm sorry.
I know, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to step all over you.
Okay.
No, I mean, I think that a lot of people kind of live with that mentality, though, too. You can't take it with you.
But I think Skyler brings up involuntarily a really good the reason you are who you are financially. Your parents have everything to do with how you spend money. For example, Kimmy, your parents were tight asses. Your
my
dad especially.
yeah.
Damn. But that has made you super chintz.
But I'm not even as buttoned up as somebody like my dad was. Like he guided me to that path, but I also saw him like save to the point where I'm like, you're not enjoying it at all, man.
Okay, but it worked out for your dad.
Yes.
So it works out for you.
Yeah.
To have Skyler watch his parents work their fingers to the bone for him as a kid and then
all
die.
you get is bony fingers.
And that's just it. At the end, they're gone. For them to say, live your life. I get why Skyler would wake up every day and be like, that's how I'm going to live my life.
You got to go for it, brother.
But there are people who subscribe to the other idea.
What's that?
252 WCMF. Again, we're talking about the FIRE method. It's this new idea of retirement where you save 70% of your income.
70%.
They are saying there are people living on $25,000 a year, making $75,000 to $80,000, only to be able to retire, at 45 to 50 years old. Let's talk to Rammer. He's on CMF. Hey, Rammer, how are you, buddy?
Good morning.
Hey.
So, I mean, qualifying the fact that I don't have a mortgage or car payments or anything like that, I mean, I live very comfortably on less than $20,000 a year. It really is all about wants, needs, and means. You got to live below your means, try to satisfy your wants, but just make sure you got what you need. It's called a frugal life, not a fire sale life. I mean, you just need to not waste money on things, and you put away what you can. So, I retired when I was 52. I mean, retired being a key word because I was still working, but I wasn't pressed in a career to make a living to meet the bill.
No, I get what you're saying. Like, you were able to do what you wanted when you wanted.
They made bank.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's weird, though, with 20 grand. I mean, living off 20 grand a year, that 1/5 of your income's going to front doors.
I mean, first of all, the front door is paid for. So, I mean, it's, like I said,
It's
I don't have a mortgage. I literally, all I have to pay is my property taxes, my utilities, and put food on the table. So, I mean, but I can do that now because I planned for it before. Okay, if you're a guy in his 50s and you got 2 kids, let's take you, for example. All of a sudden, you and your wife are making good money. The kids are getting older. You want to buy a bigger, fancier house in a more wealthy neighborhood, like Pittsburgh. So now you're taking on a mortgage you really don't need to take on, but you're doing because that's what you want to do. And then you figure out 20 years later, well, that wasn't the smartest thing to do.
All right. Well, look, I don't disagree with you. I mean, both you and Skyler make valid points. Rammer, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. Instead of using the FIRE method, you can use the Rammer method, which is actually very effective.
Not having a mortgage currently or a car payment.
That's part of it.
Yeah.
It's also part of the Rammer method is he talks for so long you don't have a chance to spend money on anything.
Yeah. It's nightfall.
All of a sudden you're 50 and you have all your money saved. I mean, look, to your point, you're right. You have to be a certain type of person mentally to pull this off. You also have to live a certain type of lifestyle because, like you said, you didn't have kids. You could have pulled this off. If you have a double income kid situation, let's say you're the average American family, husband, wife, 2 kids, and I say statistically average, right? 50 grand combined to raise 2 kids. I mean, people do it. Your home would be smaller, which could increase stress. You would have to restrict the activities that kids could do. Like, I don't know what kids are playing sports. What sports you can play.
Or you take sports. Any activity is going to cost some money.
I mean, like
starving. That's an activity, right?
The vacations that your family would be
you
able
ain't
to
going
go
on vacation.
I think you got to eliminate that almost.
You staycationing. Where can you go?
Even if you go camping, it's not. I mean, that's going to eat up some of your budget.
Well,
yeah.
But here's the thing. Like, I understand the way you guys are talking is like what you see with the people. People do this. And I'm not even talking about to save for retirement.
No, I know.
People are forced to do this, right?
Like, but wouldn't it be harder to do it if you knew you had the money?
Yes.
You know what I mean?
But there are also people, Kimmy, that will argue, like when it comes to the kids, they'd be better off not being spoiled. They'd be better off with the close family vacations that aren't Disney World, right? They'd be better for it when they got older.
I mean, there are certain cultures that in this country, when they come over here, they live this lifestyle. But they also have businesses that they almost work 20 hours a day.
Sure, yeah.
So they don't have even time for the lifestyle.
Okay.
Because they're running these small businesses that it takes the whole family almost to do it. That I get because this is all you do. You work, you go home, you go to sleep, you wake up early, and you're there all night.
But 20 years of that.
Yeah. But they're preoccupied with a business.
I get what you're saying.
If you just had a regular job where you went home at 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
And you just had to live this lifestyle, it would be really hard.
No, you're right, because even the
temptations are around you.
And the creature comforts of like having, multiple streaming services or cable or a big TV on the wall to watch may not be there.
Right.
So like even that, like you're right. Having free time costs money whether you're doing something or not.
Right.
All right, that being said, let's take
You
a
need
break.
to open up a Chinese restaurant and bust your ass.
If you're not Chinese, don't open up a Chinese restaurant. You're going to fail. Have you ever been to a Chinese restaurant without?
No.
Okay.
No.
There you go. Like
The whole family's there.
If there's never been one white guy Chinese restaurant, don't be the first one to try it. That being said, this person I'm guessing that we're going to talk about did not subscribe to the FIRE method.
Okay.
And in fact, this person isn't known yet. Somebody will be dropping a fortune on this item. It's one of the most legendary sports collectibles of all time.
Really?
From one of the most legendary sports moments in the history of America. Everybody, sports fan or not, knows about this.
Yeah.
The only problem is no one can be sure this is actually what it is.
Oh.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. The fact that this jersey, I know, the fact that it's going to go for this much, I know is going to make your jaw drop.
So you're saying this is a famous jersey?
It might be a jersey for the most famous moment in American sports history.
Oh, wow.
That being said,
Yeah.
the number that it's going to go for, they predict, gets even more insane when you learn this kind of important detail.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, when it comes to legendary baseball moments that even non-baseball fans know about. Number one on that list, you could argue, would be Babe Ruth's called shot.
Against the Cubs, right?
Yeah, right. At Wrigley Field, he points to
it out,
and that's where I'm going to hit the home run. And here's the thing. If you've seen the video, there's no arguments whether or not he was pointing where the home run was going or yelling at the pitcher. Probably something terrible from the 1920s.
Yes.
Right? That being said, the jersey that he wore when he called his shot at Wrigley is going up for auction.
Oh, my God.
So it's going to be happening in late August. The jersey last sold in 2005 for $940,000.
God damn it. Call it a mill.
Yeah.
All right. Tommy, would you like to guess what they're expecting this jersey to go for now?
Now with the collectible craze?
You got it.
It couldn't more than doubled.
All right, so what's your guess? $2 million?
An even $2 million.
Okay. Kimmy, what do you think they're expecting this jersey to sell for? $6 million. Okay.
6?
Yeah.
You guys suck so hard at this.
Right.
The floor of this auction.
The opening bid.
Yeah. $7.5 million.
God damn.
They are expecting this jersey to sell for upwards of $30 million.
Oh, wow. Okay.
You want to talk about a good investment?
Yeah.
That being said, now it's insane that owning a jersey that Babe Ruth had on when he pointed a bat at a wall would be worth $30 million. And I say that you know what a sports fan collectible nerd I am. There's also another tiny problem.
What's the problem?
Not everyone is entirely sure this is the jersey he was wearing when he called the shot.
That's what I was going to ask.
So how do you authenticate it?
So normally they authenticate based on pictures, right? Like so game-worn jerseys that sell for big money have photographs of them from 1,000 different angles that experts can get in. Then you let someone look at the jersey and they can bang, boom. And then they can get a pretty good, almost definite, this is the jersey. Right. There are experts that are saying absolutely without question this is the jersey. There are experts that are saying there is no way this is the jersey. And there are experts that are saying, man, it probably could be the jersey.
Yeah, but you could prove it easily.
How's that?
Smell it.
What are you smelling for?
Hookers and hot dogs. If that thing smells like hookers, old school hookers and hot dogs, you got yourself an authentic jersey. Because the Bambino lived life in the moment. He was like the Schuyler of baseball. They get up there and I pointed the thing and I pointed it out and I hit the ball.
Oh, yeah, I heard Schuyler. I like Schuyler.
I love Schuyler.
It does. Sounds like you love Schuyler.
How, this is just general curiosity. How do those jerseys hold up? Like, how do they keep them clean without, like, actually ruining the, I guess, specialness of it?
It's a good question. So I'm looking at the jersey right now. It looks like it's in fantastic shape. And
so, do you remember when David Wells bought Babe Ruth's ball cap?
Yes,
and he wore it in a game.
Yes, I do remember that. Well, yeah, now he's in it. Like back then, it was like, oh, this is a fun thing. Now what that thing is worth. So, I mean, Kimmy, the jersey itself, the called shot game was in 1932, the World Series.
So it's got to be a wool jersey, I'm guessing, right?
Flannel.
And you can kind of tell the way it's made, too, how they made jerseys back then.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing. This could have been a Babe Ruth jersey, just not the one he was wearing when he called the shot. That makes the difference, right?
Okay.
Did somebody else claim to have that jersey? Because that would also
so that I don't
confuse things.
That I don't have. I mean, I'm looking at it. It's actually pretty remarkable. There's no holes in it. It looks kind of dirty, but like it's almost 100 years old.
So how long has it been like sitting like preserved like properly? Do they tell you like where it's been?
I just know it was last sold for $940,000 in 2005. So I would guess since then,
but
that guy wasn't like throwing it through the washing
machine. Where
machine.
was it in the 1940s?
So a lot of times the Yankees, Major League Baseball teams would send their old pro jerseys to the minor league programs. Okay. So I'm assuming they didn't do that with Babe Ruth, but there was a Mickey Mantle jersey they discovered a couple of years ago that was sent to one of their farm teams in Kansas, and they were able to identify that was the one, and that ended up going for like hundreds of thousands of dollars.
So this could have been through maybe quite a few people.
It's possible.
Before it actually was preserved.
I mean, it's surprising that they even saved it. They never saved stuff like this.
Yeah, it could have sat in some steamer trunk for 20 years.
Exactly, but whoever's got it now is going to make 30 times the $940,000 they just paid for it.
I wonder how hard it is to let go of something like that, though, if you truly are a sports collector and lover, because chances are that's not the only thing you have if you're spending that much money on that stuff. But I wonder how hard it would be to let that go because
Okay.
it's so unique.
I mean, look, it's $30 million.
Yeah. No,
I can't think of what I wouldn't sell for $30 million.
Let's not go down that road. Your wife.
No.
No, not my wife. I love my wife.
My brother's soul.
Okay, you were asking how we got to this point?
Yes.
I have the history of the jersey.
All right.
Okay.
Again,
Where it went.
We're talking about Babe Ruth's called shot jersey in Wrigley Field from the 1932 World Series. Is going to go up for auction in late August. It last sold for almost $1 million in 2005. They were expecting it this time to go for upwards of $30 million. The only problem is not every expert agrees this is the jersey. So the original, the origins of the jersey are traced back to Florida. The woman who had it says Babe Ruth gave it to her father to pay off a golf bet.
Okay.
In 1990, she sold the
Wait,
jersey.
she held it till 1990?
She held it till 1990.
So Babe Ruth died in the late 40s?
Early 40s.
Well, I thought it was like 47 after the war.
Was it?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, you choked on that hot dog.
yeah.
Coming out of that hooker.
No, but I'm thinking so that's a single owner all that time. That's
yeah,
pretty
until
impressive.
1990. She sold it to Gray Flannel Auctions, who later sold it for $150,000.
Right.
That person then consigned it to that auction house again, and it sold sold for $284,000. That went to the Babe Ruth Museum. It was loaned there. Then came the almost $1 million, and here we are now.
Damn.
Yeah.
30. I can imagine $30 million.
So when you ask how was it preserved, it sounds like it's been at
Kinda
the
just
Babe Ruth
tucked away,
Museum. Well,
yeah.
other than when this
And
woman
it's out
gave
with
it up.
that woman.
Yeah, exactly.
Damn.
I mean, look at it this way.
What's that?
I mean, this is really a testament to the star that Babe Ruth was.
Mm-hmm.
People who didn't save stuff like this woman knew enough to hold on to this
Yeah.
jersey her entire life
Yeah.
because one day it would be worth something.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure her grandkids are really happy.
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
Yeah.
Why did you give it away, Grandma?
$30 million,
Yes.
and she sold it for $150,000 in 1990.
But
Even if-
150 grand probably looked like a great payoff
yeah,
back then.
I'm
Like, think
sure.
of the average house cost in
Sure.
Florida in 1990.
Sure.
Her house was probably worth 75 grand.
Well, that's why I also kind of asked how difficult it would be to give it up. Because sure, that's an insane amount of money, but it's only gonna go up, right?
Well, not necessarily. Like, there's
Like,
going to
do
be a
they
time.
hit a max?
Oh, yeah. There's
I think
a
you're
time.
there now. Like if this thing goes for 30 million,
I don't know. I know. Be
Yeah.
careful what you say.
Houses
done.
can only go down from here. No, Kimmy, the bottom falls out of the collectible market
Okay.
all the time.
I don't know how it works.
So I would sell for $30 million. I think that's a safe profit.
you made your money.
All right, let's take a break.
Yeah.
Every generation has style that they borrow from generations before.
Yeah, sure.
And it can be forgiven for a kid to think something is cool that they didn't grow up around. However, the fact that Kimmy found out that this hairstyle might be back is unforgivable.
Oh, it's one of them really bad ones.
It's so dumb, it skipped my generation.
Oh,
yeah, yeah.
Because
No,
you guys looked so stupid wearing it.
Okay, but it's back.
You have an image, depending on how old you are, you have an image of somebody that did this to their hair.
So is
and
this
it's
something
usually
that
an older person.
is this something that hockey held on to way too long?
No.
Oh, no, that's not even what we're talking about.
Oh, all
it's
right.
worse than that.
All right.
And we'll tell you what it is and what Kimmy thinks she saw. Next.
Oh, no, I heard.
Oh, heard, excuse me. Next to the break room on CMF. Every generation has a hairstyle or two that never should have been a thing.
Yeah.
One of those hairstyles that you see in a picture, and it's so ridiculous you can tell immediately what year it was taken.
Okay.
One of those hairstyles, beyond all logic and reason, is back for men. And who the hell is allowing these kids to go back to the 70s and 80s and embarrass themselves again?
So I'm trying to think of what it was.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. If you want to see a stupid hairstyle on a man, you can log on to our Odyssey app.
I don't have a hairstyle.
No,
Called
it's just
loss.
one hair.
Yes.
HAIR hairstyle.
I'm just growing more face.
Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube or Twitch. YouTube and Twitch, it's the Break Room WCMF. Check out our live stream, and you can see what happens when a man with no hair
Keep running your mouth,
wears
brother.
headphones all day long. Like, bro, you look ridiculous.
Keep running your mouth.
We got to get you a mirror.
Why? You take pictures of me and make fun of me all the time. I don't need one.
Maybe I'll do that later. All of that brought to you by our good friends at Three Heads Brewing, by the way. You need to check out Three Heads Brewing, not only because they have delicious beer.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Their new Kind hopped water is here. When you want the taste of Kind IPA, but you don't want the alcohol or calories, reach for a Kind hop water. Crisp, sparkling, clean, and crushable. I will admit, I laughed in their faces, all three of their heads, when they told me to try this. I was like, no, this is stupid. And then they forced me to try it. Jeff held me down. He poured it in my mouth. And it's delicious. It is absolutely delicious.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, man, go try it. Kind hopped water at Three Heads Brewing. All of our live stream brought to you by them and their water. So if you like the live stream, drink the water.
Drink of the water.
Drink it. Drink of the water. Kimmy?
Yep.
There was a conversation you overheard the other day.
Yep. So a friend of mine and we went out to dinner in Fairport.
Why'd you say it like that?
I don't know. Fairport Saturday night, and then we decided to stick around a little while after, grab a drink at one of the young people places. What's of course?
Keep hitting the booze.
Okay.
Well, calm down, you two.
So we're sitting at the bar waiting to get our drink, and there's a group of guys standing next to us. I would put them like maybe early to mid 20s. And I do notice like they all have the same haircut.
Okay.
So it's kind of like shaved on the sides, short in the back, and then like just a lot of hair on top.
Oh, it's the poodle.
Yes.
Okay.
It's a perfect way to describe it. So they're also waiting for their drinks, and I'm overhearing one kid talking to the other kid about how his sister is helping him get a perm. I'm assuming his sister is a hairdresser.
Say that again.
His sister is giving him a perm.
Giving him a perm.
A perm.
Yep.
A perm.
I do remember when this was popular.
And I thought that was a little strange, but then his buddy says, oh, yeah, I have to redo mine. Mine's grown out too much. So I guess I'm assuming, based on the way most of their hair looked pretty similar, that all of these guys are, if they don't have curly hair or wavy hair, they're perming their hair.
All right. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Are you telling me that
Perms are back?
There are men in their 20s that are going to salons to get perms again?
I think so.
Tommy, when is the last time you ever heard of anyone getting a perm?
Miami Vice.
Okay.
That's what I'm trying to think of when I would see it on television and then guys had it. And even like Magnum PI. It was like that period of television.
Short shorts and Hawaiian shirts, I got
Yeah.
you. Yeah. Like, even the old ladies that would get perms
Like my mother.
are dead.
Yeah.
They're all dead.
My mother used to give herself a home perm, I remember all the time, like in the sink, and it stunk.
Okay, but that's just it. Well, no, that wasn't the hair stuff.
What was it?
This haircut
Was she
shouldn't...
permed that hair too? Or was it already that stinky?
Wow. We can get a little...
Go ahead, wise guy.
No, I don't like this anymore. Like, the perm shouldn't even be possible on account of all the stuff you need to do a perm. It's all in a landfill. Like, who kept this stuff around? Who made the perm a thing again?
And it doesn't look good.
No.
It's just a problem.
Well,
You're a young, good-looking guy. Don't
I
get a
will
perm.
say it just looked like they had like wavy. It wasn't like your standard like ringlet curls, you know. But they definitely had like a lot of texture to their hair, which I don't know. Like, are perms different now? Maybe we're thinking of the traditional perm. Maybe
Asian
there's
mama stinky perm.
Okay.
Maybe there's a different way they're perming their hair.
Can we find who made perms again a thing and punish them? Because there's an issue I can't reckon with here. Tommy, every generation, when they're coming up, they're going to dress like and look like idiots.
Yeah.
Right? And we all did it.
We always had our unique look.
Exactly. Maybe it was a tight-ass bell-bottoms and, like, flowy open shirts. Maybe it was a rat tail and lightning bolt shaved in the side of your head. Maybe you were like me and you wore flappy jeans and dirty ball caps, right? But for most of the really stupid stuff kids wear, they discover or they invent it. Like, some styles will come back around, but there are looks that are so dumb, we learn as a people to never replicate them again.
Okay.
When is the last time you saw a rat tail in public?
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, true.
Perm, I thought, was one of those looks.
So where are they getting the idea?
That's just it. But that's just it. They should have looked at their pictures of their grandparents. Yes, perms are that old that their grandparents had them and never wanted to do anything with it. Like, it's the same disappointment I feel now as when I saw the first guy who unironically grew a mullet again.
Mm-hmm.
It's another one of those haircuts.
So I'm wondering, is it because, and you're going to laugh at me, Netflix.
What would Netflix?
Watching retro, old school comedies, sitcoms, and TV shows that are all, because they have them all back. Like I was telling you, I can't understand why kids of, and I call you a kid, watch The Golden Girls.
Yeah, I don't get that. Well, I mean...
And like, I don't get it, but I'm like, are you watching old TV shows and seeing this stuff and thinking those guys look cool to you now because now it's gotten so full circle?
I don't think.
No, you don't say so because I said
No,
it.
but nobody looks cool from back in the day. Like if you
Yeah, but they're playing cool characters and funny people, and they're actors.
Thank you for explaining how movies and TVs.
But
work.
those would look like cool to you.
That's where you're saying.
Those would look like cool to you. You sound like a Turkish man trying to sell me like some knockoff bag. These look like cool to you. You buy.
You look cool now.
You buy. It comes with warranty. Very good. Trinitron.
Sorry, I was on the phone. You're saying that kids now see those old movies and shows,
retro
and they're
TV shows. Where
I would say it's got to be somebody now that's bringing it back.
Well, interesting you bring that up. 252 WCMF. Kimmy overheard a bunch of 20-somethings at Fairport at a bar talking about how they're getting perms. They're getting perms again. They brought back perms.
All right.
Bill's on CMF. Hey, Bill, how are you, buddy?
Hey, good. Yourself?
Good, Bill. What do you got?
To me, they look like Patrick Mahomes.
Okay. Are kids
It's a
wearing
similar
this
haircut.
hairstyle because of Patrick Mahomes?
Because he looks like a Muppet sometimes.
All the time.
No, but
Especially
I mean, he's got that curly thing on top of his head, like a bad toupee. But that's probably just his hair.
All right, Bill, how old are you, buddy?
Late 50s.
All right, were you around when perms were a thing, or is that still before your time?
No, I was, and my mother did plenty of them to many people, and I will totally agree that the smell is terrible.
Are you talking about the perm or your mother?
Both.
Bill, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Pete. Hey, Petey, how are you, bud?
What's up? Hey, I got one done in the 70s. I had long blonde hair, right?
Yeah.
And the lady who did it, she must have burnt my hair. I've been bald since I was 20.
Wait.
She ruined your
I lost
hair?
all my hair.
No.
What the hell was she using to perm your hair? Napalm?
I don't know. But it's that stinky stuff. And it's like, I could give you the brand name, but I don't want to.
Well,
we don't want to hurt that company. But they went out of business 50 years ago.
They burned your hair off, a lifetime ago, and they're still
Gave
around.
people brain cancer.
Yeah. And it was, and I had to perm for like, I'd say like 2 months. And every time I'd comb it or something, I'd lose hair. And I go, oh, no, not now. And yeah, it just kept falling out.
All right, you kids listening? You listen to Pete? You want a big old stupid bald head like Pete has? Keep getting your perms. Keep getting your perms.
Never grew back.
Petey.
That's right.
Now I understand why you're always so crotchety. I'm sorry that I ever got mad at you, buddy.
What are you talking about? That's you.
See? There it is right there. That's hairless.
You're crotchety.
That's hairless crotch.
Mr. Grumpy. Well, let's see how much I can yell today.
Wait, is that what I sound like? Do I talk like that?
Yeah, especially when you're after Tommy, which is every.
See, this is what I mean.
Yes.
You lose your hair at 20. This is what happens. And Pete, I'm sorry.
That's right, man. And I'm an old bastard, so.
Petey, great to talk to you, buddy.
Yeah, you too.
Bye, Pete.
So you think it's a celebrity now
Kimmy
that is
brought
bringing
that
it
up.
Well,
back?
that's what I was thinking. Like, I doubt kids are looking back on those old movies and thinking that those guys look cool because they probably just look old to them. I'm thinking there have to be.
You just broke his heart. Like, that wasn't even like a funny hurt. Like, I think you actually hurt him.
Tom Selleck's not old.
But they look at those movies and they think those are old movies. I mean, they weren't even born when those movies were popular.
Hey, bro, Tom Selleck's shorts were so short in Magnum P.I. you could see one of his balls at all times.
Yes.
It was Magnum P.I. and his ball.
Yeah, I'm thinking they're being influenced by current celebrities when it comes to hair.
Well, I just saw Snoop last night.
No perm on him.
No. Flavor Flav, nothing.
Can we keep Snoop's shirt on? I didn't know he was so skinny. He's
old. He's old and skinny.
But alarmingly skinny. He was in the pool with Michael Phelps. And I was like, oh no. Snoop, have a sandwich, buddy. Yeah. Stephanie writes us on Instagram. She says the 14-year-olds call them merms.
Merms?
Man perm.
Okay.
All right, I like it.
Does that mean then mothers are taking their 14-year-old kids
why
to get
not?
perms?
If your kid wants a perm.
Or a mother's just doing it to their kids.
Oh, good question.
Yeah, I guess you could do it if you knew what
Because
you're
every
doing.
once in a while, those mothers that just they're going to give their kid a haircut. This is the haircut that you're going to wear.
Sure.
As a little one.
Yeah.
Could be that. It's a forced perm.
Forced perm?
Mm-hmm.
Government mandated North Korean
It's like a
perm.
North Korean Kim Jong perm.
All right, 252 WCMF. Here's what I want you to think about before we go back to the phones, right? Talking about perms coming back, and you should be smart enough as a kid to understand you don't want to do this again. It's one of the stupidest hairstyles of all time. What is the stupidest thing you ever wore? Clothing, hair, piercings, makeup, whatever. When you look back on it now, think about it. Let's talk to Jeremy. Hey, Jeremy. How are you, buddy?
So a couple of things. Pete got over peroxide when he had his perm, and that's why his hair fell out.
Well, yeah.
I know that because it happened to me.
Oh, wait, it happened to you too?
Happened to me when I was, I think, 10 or 11, because perms were all the rage in the 80s, and I didn't need one because my hair was naturally curly, but for some reason my mom and her friends thought it would be great. Thank God it was during the summertime. I didn't have to go to school. Anyways, let's move past that. I came into this conversation about halfway through, and this is one of those stupid pieces of information that swims around in your head. This came about related to Squid Games. So Squid Games is Korean.
So
and
just to catch everybody up, that
many,
TV show that was on Netflix a couple of years ago. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Jeremy.
That's correct. Many Koreans have straight hair. There's no texture to it. And they found out that one of the actors has wavy hair.
Wait, there's no cheese in Korea either?
No, ain't no cheese in Korea.
China.
No cheese in Korea. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Jeremy.
It doesn't have the same feel. It's awful.
You're right.
So one of the actors has, kind of textured hair, and the men in Korea found out that you could have textured hair by having perms. Not like the tight curls that we had in the 80s. So I think that's the origin of the modern perm, and it spread from there.
Korea.
Okay. So actually, the joke we were making about Kim Jong-un was only slightly northernly wrong. Right, we were almost there.
And I was right about Netflix.
What? Well,
I said people watch stuff on Netflix.
You said
I had the right streaming service.
You said Tom Selleck's testicle is why people have perms, and you were wrong.
Tom Selleck's testicles is my favorite fat old guy cover band. I'm bombing. Bye, Dick.
Jeremy, there goes curly-haired Jeremy. Jeremy. All right. What is the stupidest thing you ever wore back in the day?
Haircut-wise?
Haircut, clothes. I literally said
I know.
Hair, clothes, piercing, whatever you want.
I have two.
Okay.
And they're hair-related.
Again.
First one was the crew cut that was forced on me.
Okay, but that wasn't your choice.
Then sideburns.
But sideburns were your choice.
Oh, yeah.
You had sideburns?
Oh, I had
You don't have enough face for sideburns. You were out of face.
But I had the big burns.
Like how far? Show me.
They were not Elvis.
Okay.
More Jerry Reed and Eastbound and Down.
Long hair to go, but no way to get there.
So it went below the earlobe.
No, it didn't.
Oh, yeah. It went, a little below the earlobe.
Do you have pictures?
Probably somewhere.
What I would give to see sideburn up Tommy Muley, the asshead of the dog himself. Kimmy, what's the stupidest thing you ever wore?
Sideburns.
There was a lot of bad fashion in the early 2000s.
Yeah, you're still stuck with it.
When it came to hair, every girl had this experience. It was like this Aussie wavy spray. And it was basically like a hairspray that would make your hair wavy, but also super crunchy.
Was it purple?
Yes.
My sisters had that.
Wait, you had purple hair?
No,
no.
purple,
Like the bottle was purple.
Oh. Yeah.
And we'd all scrunch our hair. It'd be, like I said, it was so stiff you couldn't run a brush through it. But you'd leave your side bangs out. Yeah. So your side bangs would be perfectly straight, soft, because you didn't spray it on your bangs. And the rest of your hair was like crunchy and sticky. And
that's so
like,
uncomfortable.
Try making out with a chick with that haircut.
It was not a
Well, I
good
probably would have been arrested.
time for.
Come here, young lady. That's a pretty hair you got there, lady.
It was not.
Why do I picture with sideburns while you're doing it?
That's why I kind of sound like Elvis.
No, Kimmy, I agree with you.
It was not a good time for women's Hairstyling.
You know, the one thing that always makes me laugh about like generational stuff, like there were guys that were into the band, into like Motley Crue in the 80s, who dressed similar to them. Because you remember how Motley Crue dressed.
They also had that feathered look that people, like Bon Jovi would wear on stage, like that look. Yeah.
But like those same guys will call kids today sissies, right? Like your favorite band wore makeup and your pants were so tight that I could count the dimples in your sack, but kids today are soft. Like,
I guess we all have to have games. Count the dimples in my sack.
No, like if you bringing back the perms is stupid because you should have known how dumb they were in the first place. But if you're making fun of how kids dress now because of something they came up with, right? We should all. You need to be more self-aware, exactly, right? Have a little bit of perspective. Like maybe there should be a law that the lock screen on all of our phones after you hit 30 is a picture of the dumbest thing you ever wore thinking it was cool, and it would serve two purposes. One, it would keep you from putting your foot in your mouth making fun of kids. Yeah. And two, it would give the ability to stop kids who start to look the way you did and show them, look what I did. Okay. Don't be like me. All right. Scared straight.
All right.
Because like, here's the thing. If the younger set were aware that old-ass people got perms, they would absolutely stop. And I'll give you an example. All right. Kimmy, in the last year or so, Britney Spears' look of like the late 90s, early 2000s, a comeback for
I like 90s fashion in general, especially.
Half shirts, low-rise jeans, stuff like that. And we can guess it came back because like clips of Britney came back when she was like getting out of her whole...
Maybe just like that style in general everybody had.
And it looked really cool when Britney Spears was 17, 18 years old wearing it to these girls, right? Because they're that age now, right? Yeah. How would it look to those girls if they saw pics of their moms wearing the same thing? Because that's the age gap, right? Yeah. Like there's a generation in between.
Watching their moms wear that now?
If they knew that their moms wore that, period. If they saw pictures of their moms.
No, I don't think so, because when we were kids, like bell-bottom jeans came back, and my mom wore those when she was a kid, and that I wouldn't have thought.
Your mom wore low-rise bell-bottom jeans?
That was a style.
Nice.
Yeah, when I was a kid. Yeah. That hippie
like
look.
that would have
I was trying to make her uncomfortable, but
that would have
easy rider.
No, let's talk about Kimmy's mom's low-rise jeans. Seriously, let's have a serious conversation about Kimmy's
But
mom's
I almost
low-rise
think
jeans.
that's the way it works. Like the style that your parents had comes back when they have kids.
Okay.
Like it's the perfect amount of time. It feels like.
I guess you're right.
So I don't think it would bother me so much if she wore them back in the day. If she started wearing them now.
But that's what's so confusing about the perm is it skipped 2 generations, right? Like it didn't hit my age. Nobody got a perm when I was a kid. That's how dumb the perm is.
Yeah, true.
And also, they call it a permanent. You have to keep getting it done.
Yes.
It doesn't make any sense.
Well,
it's funny when it grows out.
It's not permanent. Let me Google the definition of permanent. That makes sense. All right. Let's take a break. If I asked you over the last 72 hours what you ate, could you tell me everything?
Oh, yeah.
You sure?
I think so.
Well,
you and I are pretty dull when it comes to eating.
And in general. We'll get to it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. So the data we have in front of us is not bad.
Okay.
Right? In fact, I think that the average American doing this 3 times a day, totally fine.
Doing what?
It's not dirty.
Okay.
The problem is, based on something else they found out in this study, this data is not exactly reliable.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Kimmy, have I told everybody that we listening that we love about how to win their share of $100,000?
Not yet, Pat.
Okay, well, let me tell you that.
Yeah, how does it work?
Well, I'm going to get you your chance. I'm not going to do anything. You can do it yourself. Your share of $100,000.
$100,000
by downloading the Odyssey app, which is free. You log in and you listen to 96.5 WCMF on the app for 1 hour each day. That is your daily entry for your chance at your share of $100,000 in this national contest. Good luck from your friends here in the break room on CMF. Bill's camp is off today. So Danger, who I just saw in the hallway, he looks just beat up.
Oh, I bet.
Hot, long days.
Sweaty.
Looks like he needs a snack.
Snack?
Yeah, and the reason I bring that up, Tommy, did you know?
What's that?
According to new data, the average American eats 3 snacks per day.
So what are they calling a snack?
So in between meals.
I think snack is just whatever you define snack by, right? So the most likely snack for Americans to reach to right now is tied with fruit and chips.
Fruit and chips?
Well, not together, you idiot. Like it's the most likely snack is either fruit or chips.
Okay.
I just said they're tied. Well, let me get a banana and some sour cream and onions.
I think they're like tied together.
Let me get can I get one in a bag of fruit and chips? It's grapes and Doritos. You ever had it? It's good.
So something easy you could just grab and go.
Yeah, I mean, that's what the snack is there for, right? Now, Tommy, are you alarmed that the average American is eating 3 snacks per day?
No, it just sounds about right.
Right? Sounds right. Like
I would have thought it was way more.
Well, put a pin in that.
Okay.
But like 3 snacks a day, right? You get something between breakfast and lunch.
Right.
You get something between lunch and dinner. And then you munch on something before you go to bed.
Right. Like you're watching some Netflix. What?
No, that didn't say anything.
Huh.
No, I don't know what.
You can munch it whatever you want. Munch it all, but you eat the whole thing.
Here's the problem.
What's that?
So when they did this data, they asked people, like, okay, 3 times a day, that sounds about good. So then they asked these people to recap what they've eaten recently.
Okay, and you know some of this is a lie.
Well, it's not just a lie.
Yeah.
When they asked these people in this study to recount everything they ate over the last 3 days, only 6 in 10 Americans could do it.
Oh.
40% of Americans said they could not remember everything they ate over the previous 72 hours.
Because I always thought most people kind of stuck in a routine of what they eat, whether it's good or bad.
I think that's just us.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, you are probably, both of you are probably the strictest I've seen, just in the fact that you eat the same exact time every day.
Hashtag
You will
stay
have
ready,
the
so you don't have to get
same, you'll rotate through the same few things every day. I don't know how many people are that, stuck on that.
No, but when I was a fat boy, I had all my go-tos too, though. Like there was a rotation. I had a heavy rotation of the same stuff.
But
too,
don't you think you lost track of that easier just because you weren't really thinking about it much every time you
I wasn't thinking at all, man.
Yeah.
And no, and she's right? We had our daily rotation, and then like anytime any other food showed up, we'd shove that in our stupid mouths too, right?
Yes.
Especially working at this business.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, pizza on top of a pizza. Sure, I'll have some. So if 4 in 10 Americans can't remember everything they've eaten in the last 72 hours, we can assume that they're forgetting things that they're munching on. So then the average American is eating more than 3 snacks per day. And I'm guessing, based on this being a self-reported study, that the average person is not reaching for a piece of fruit like they say they are most of the time.
Yeah.
What do you snack? How many times a day you snack?
Couple times a day, but it's pretty base stuff.
Give me your favorite go-to snack. Go ahead.
Like a hard-boiled egg.
It's not a snack. It's a cry for help. What are you, a gold miner? A hard-boiled egg?
So do you keep hard-boiled eggs ready to go, or do you do it one by one?
No, I boil them up and I got them in the fridge.
Okay.
Oh, I'm starving. I'm famished for a snack.
Can't wait for a hard-boiled egg today.
I eat raw almonds.
Do you count them?
Well, I just grab a handful.
Okay.
Do you mix your almonds with your hard-boiled
No.
egg? No, you don't. Okay.
And I also like red grapes.
Okay. All right. The grapes,
Oh, and I also like cherry tomatoes.
grapes is normal. The cherry tomatoes are not. Nobody eats regular cherry tomatoes.
I love them.
Okay.
I love them. That's about it.
Kimmy, what's your go-to snacks during the day?
Ooh. Okay. So I have a very specific type of pita cracker that I like. It's like a garlic cheddar pita cracker.
Who makes them?
It's a Aldi's brand. I don't know. And then I dip that in red pepper hummus.
Ooh, that's good.
That is like my go-to post-work snack.
Okay.
That's a good snack right there. And that's a semi-healthy snack.
Well,
Semi.
how long does it take you to go through one bag of them chips?
Okay, it's really small boxes.
Okay.
So maybe like 2 days.
Okay, so you go through a whole box of those chips.
They're small boxes.
Okay, I don't know why you're yelling at me. I'm just asking
Just
you a
saying,
question.
they need to put more in those boxes. 'Cause I'm tired of buying like 3 boxes at a time.
Okay, calm down. Calm down. Maybe you're just eating a ton of
Probably.
chips.
Yeah, I don't even want it. I never actually looked at the serving size, so probably, yeah, you're right.
So I think one of the signs of getting older is starting to buy the snacks you like, to your point, 3, 4, 5 at a time.
Oh, yeah.
So you always have them
And,
in your house.
it will throw me off if I go there, and even if they have that brand of pita cracker, I need the flavor that I like.
I know what you mean. I've gotten really into Pirate's Booty lately. You familiar with this?
It's popcorn.
That's kind
No,
of
it's not
dangerous
popcorn.
stuff too,
What is
though,
it?
because you can eat a lot of it.
Yeah, but you don't even eat
In
it
one
every
sitting.
day.
No, I've started eating
It's like
Pirates.
eating puffed air.
Yeah, that's what it is.
So what? It's a puffed what then?
It's supposed to taste like popcorn, but it's just puffed corn things. It's like a Cheeto, but not as bad as a Cheeto.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
All right, so
it doesn't have a lot of flavor then.
No, I
No,
love it.
it does.
Yeah, it's good.
It's dangerous. That's why it comes in a giant bag.
So I will buy 3 giant bags at a time. I started eating this when I had my wisdom teeth out because I could only eat soft stuff. And it would
Why
just
didn't you
dissolve
tell me, man?
my mouth. Why is that?
You
Why?
can only chew on soft stuff?
I do, yeah.
Why didn't you give me a call, bro?
What do you got going
I got
on?
into the booty game a couple of weeks ago.
No kidding.
Yeah. Yeah, I got a little business.
Where's that?
I set up a little kiosk in a men's room.
Well, what's it called?
It's called Pirate Tommy's Booty Munch. Put all the soft booty in your mouth. Take care of that wisdom teeth sauce. Arr.
Booty munch?
Booty munch.
Sounds like a style of dance.
But you're right, Kimmy. When I go and they don't have the massive bags, and now I have to buy like 6 bags
What
of
do you get
little
them, like
Pirates Booty.
BJ's or something? It's
No,
got to look like a
Wegmans.
beanbag chair.
It does. It's huge. These bags
Yeah.
are huge. But like when I get the 3 that I'll keep in the house, because that'll last me about a week, maybe a little longer than that.
Yeah.
Like my entire cart is taken up. That's how big these bags are. But I'm proud of myself. I feel like a hunter-gatherer.
All
I
right.
got my Pirates Booty.
All right.
I'll
So the 3 of us eat lame ass snacks.
Well, no, I also eat cottage cheese.
That's
Well,
even
that
worse. It's not
doesn't
even a
spice it up at
snack.
all.
It's a dairy product.
Not like an
it's
egg,
not a
you
snack.
idiot.
It's not a.
An egg is also a dairy product.
And you mock me for it.
Yes, but you say you're going. That's not a snack. That's a dairy product. As a hard-boiled egg falls out of your mouth.
Yeah, but you can only have cottage cheese if you were dipping it in something else.
No, I eat it with a spoon.
Because basically, that's like eating.
You don't
dip.
put like pineapple in it?
No,
or
I love it
something?
straight up, plain, uncut.
Ugh.
It's this brand called Good Cottage Cheese. It's good. The name does not lie.
Yes.
252 WCMF. We're having this discussion because a new study found the average American eats 3 snacks per day, and fruit and chips were tied for the most popular choices. However, that data might be bad because when they asked the same people how many snacks do you eat a day, only 4 in 10 Americans could not remember everything they ate over the last 72 hours, 3 days, which means you're probably snacking more. You just don't realize all the stuff that you're putting in your mouth.
Yeah. I mean, look how many snack aisles there are in Wegmans, technically.
I'm at the age now where it's overwhelming. Like, if I have a day where I'm like, all right, I'm just going to go snacking, like, I will walk up and down multiple aisles without grabbing anything because I'm always like, there's going to be something better around the corner.
Yes,
and
there
there
is.
is, but I can't make a decision.
Mm-hmm.
Like, those snack cake aisles, man. Like, we live in a world now.
In a world.
Where we have an entire aisle of snack cakes. And they're all so good.
Mm-hmm.
So
And
good.
then you also have a bakery there.
Yeah.
On top of that.
Oh, yeah. You get snack cakes in the bakery.
Mm-hmm.
For my money, there's nothing better than the plastic container of the soft Wegmans tiny cookies. You know what I'm talking about?
Like the prepackaged ones you're
Yeah.
talking about?
I can eat them like communion wafers. Like if I open up a box of those cookies,
Don't
that
tell
box,
your priest that.
they're gone, Kim.
Yeah.
I don't have the self-control to stop eating those cookies.
Those are
Are they
pretty
soft?
delicious.
No, the soft cookies are hard.
I didn't hear the soft part.
How does this keep happening?
I don't know.
How does this
You
keep-
talk so goddamn fast.
Kimmy and I are having a conversation going back and
Well,
forth.
she doesn't have
Here's the
hearing
problem.
aids.
No, here's the problem. He doesn't eat cookies, so he was tuning that part out.
Well, I don't eat cookies.
Yeah.
That's what she just said.
I know. I just reaffirming.
Yeah. So you weren't paying
they're
attention.
soft?
You were uninterested.
We come back. What, you're looking to add something to your kiosk?
Yeah.
Uncle Tommy's Booty Cookie Munch. Come back, wrap it up. Tell you what we're doing tomorrow next here in the break room. Let's see you, man.
The old hump day Rabberoozy.
For a Wednesday break room CMF. That makes tomorrow a Thursday. You know what that means?
Oh, we going to bitch it out, buddy.
That's right. We got a Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. And I want to get to something very interesting that is happening in the world that I don't think anybody else knows about.
Let's get to it.
And we have to thank our good friend V, Under the Desk News, for bringing this to our attention.
Okay.
Love V.
Mm-hmm.
Did you? Okay, let me put it this way.
Yeah.
For as long as we've lived, if you worked a job, you were paid either at the end of every week, or the 1st and 15th, right? Bi-weekly or weekly. And there is a reason why we get paid that way. However, being paid that way, especially these days, can cause massive problems that can actually cost people more money in the long run.
That's not good.
Tommy, how many times in your life have you been waiting on payday, holding a bill in your hand that you didn't have money for, knowing something had to be done?
Yes.
The last couple of years, there have been payday loans that have showed up, but those are predatory.
Yeah.
Cost you a lot of money.
Right.
There is now legislation working its way through the federal government that's getting what looks to be bipartisan support.
So what the hell is it?
That would give you access to your money every single day at the end of the day.
But, like, how much?
What you earn that day.
Oh, okay. A daily I could just grab.
If you wanted to, you could go and grab your cash.
That's not good, bro.
Well, that's just it, man.
Not good.
That's just it. There is an argument to be made that it is my money. Use it when you need it, much like the payday loan people.
Yeah, I'm out by 8:15.
But on the other hand, the exact reason why we get paid the way we do is to prevent what could potentially happen
Prevent
if
disaster.
this switched.
Save us from ourselves.
I mean, that's what it is. But, Kimmy, is it the government's responsibility to save us from ourselves?
But this is like telling my dog, you watch your food. I'm going out for a while.
There are people.
Just take a little bit at a time, once every hour.
There are people that have self-control.
Yeah, but those people, they're always in good shape.
We will get into this new legislation. And look, man, I mean, whether or not, you're right, whether or not there are people that don't have the self-control, who's to say I shouldn't have my money?
My money.
Give me my money!
All right.
And we'll get to it. That and a whole bunch more here in the break room on CMF. For Kimmy, who's just pounded chips every day.
Those sound really good, though.
Well, too bad you won't go to Aldi's.
I know. You're missing out. Missing
You know
out
what?
on all the good snacks.
Wait, so you also eat all these hummus?
Yeah, no, they have good hummus. They
it's
have a good selection of hummus.
It's called hummus there.
Hummus?
Yeah. No, I'm telling you.
Don't sleep on all these snacks.
Kimmy's right. Aldi's has great snacks. She's right,
Great,
man.
great cheese selection.
All right.
Wait, you eat Aldi's cheese?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you eat all these cheese?
Why would you? Why
I know
don't
why
you?
I would.
Oh, I thought
You're
there was a
like
joke
Mr.
coming.
You're like King Discount.
King Discount?
You are. You're King Chimps.
You're right. You're right. Discount food, discount hosts. For Tommy Millet, who's going to plan out his butt munch business plan after the show. My name's Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.